Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Adapt 2021. I'm Salwa and I will be your host for Room 3 today. I'm sure we've all been waiting for this prestigious event all year. Well, it's finally here, and I'm so glad to see your participation this year as well. And if you're new, welcome, and I hope you get to enjoy this event. So, hit us in the comment section below where you're currently watching this from. This is going to be a very empowering 4-day event, and I'm so glad to see all of you today at day 1. So, without further ado, let's kickstart the event.
Hi, my name is Georg Chmiel. I'm the chairman of Choo IQI. Today I would like to talk to you about sustainable investments. In fact, what I really want to talk about is 500 years of bubbles. Now, we've all heard about property bubbles and share market bubbles in the most recent times. But what many people don't know is bubbles have been around for a very, very long time. And what I want to do is do a quick rundown through history, the last 500 years of bubbles, and also give you some tips, the top 5 tips, how to identify a bubble and how to stay away from one. So 500 years of bubble. Let's start in Holland. 500 years ago, 1593, tulips were the flavor of the month. People paid more money for tulips than they paid for property. Why was that? Nobody really knows. It got a bit out of hand and then the whole market crashed. And then everybody said, why didn't we see it coming? Now, we might say that was 500 years ago. People have become a bit smarter. In fact, that's not the case. In the 80s, 1980s, there was a massive bubble of the Lizardo radiata in China, another plant, and people got crazy about it and paid incredible prices for it. Then, in 1711, there was the South Sea bubble, and it was all about the monopoly for southern trade. Now, nobody could really offer that monopoly for half of the world for the southern hemisphere, but initially people got excited, the shares went up, and then they crashed only 20 years later. There was this guy who invented the first machine gun and sold shares in his company, but never actually produced a machine gun in 1712. Puckle's machine, it was called. And then in 1840, when the railways came, there were a lot of companies associated with the railways and all the production of it. And shares of those companies soared up. And some people made money and other people lost a lot of money. You all know about the share price bubbles or the stock exchange bubbles. 1929, Black Friday, stock market crash on the Wall Street. We had a similar thing in 1990 in Japan, which was the Japanese stock crash. And in the 50s and 60s, anything which had onyx or tonics at the end of the company name was paid enormous amount of money. Why? Because they were deemed to be technology companies. People, however, got so crazy that they ignored the most basic principles of investment and overlooked the clear disclaimer saying that this company, for example, had no assets and will never pay any dividends, but they still invested in these companies. Not surprisingly, again, a crash happened. And I spoke about the Japanese share market bubble, and not long ago, also in the 90s, in mid-1990s, we had the Asian financial crisis where all the foreign exchange or the currencies plummeted significantly. So bubbles have been around. One of the more recent one is the first internet bubble, the .com bubble from 1995 to 2001. And after that, it was really, really difficult for people to even hire people into companies which had a .com in the company name. I experienced that myself. Nowadays, things obviously have changed significantly, and the most recent one is probably the discussion about bitcoins and the other currency, the other digital currencies. Question will be, is it a bubble or is it not a bubble? So the question for us today to solve is, what is a bubble and what is not a bubble, and can we actually spot a bubble? Now, there's two schools of thought. That's the first thing we need to understand. There are those people who believe in a firm foundation, meaning that the value of the company must be below higher than what the share price is. Then you invest in it. So if what you're buying is worth more than what you pay for it, that's a good thing. If what you're buying is worth less what you're paying for it, then obviously it's a bad investment. That's pretty basic. Now, how do you determine a value of a company? I mean, you just, with any asset, you look into how much dividends is this company going to pay, how much capital gains is there in the company, and then you work it out from there. But ultimately, it is really only what can be taken out of the company, because you can't invest forever in a company. And then there are the other people who are the castle in the air people, and they're saying it depends a bit what people expect and how they want to behave. And if everybody thinks people will invest in this asset in the future, then the price will automatically go up. Now, that obviously can turn sour very, very quickly, but there is merits to both of them. There's merits to both of them. So what are my 5 key rules for identifying a sustainable investment? First of all, you have to love the industry, you have to solve a problem, you have to examine the moats, you have to find mainstream trends, and you have to leverage game changers. Now, let me talk about those a bit more. Love the industry. Some people, company vision is, I want to be rich. That is not a company vision. But if you wake up and you say, I want to learn more about an industry, I want to feel passionate about something, and I want to make a difference, that's a company I personally rather invest in than somebody saying, I want to be rich. Number 2 is solving a problem. If you think of Malaysia iProperty Group, what problem did iProperty Group solve? It literally solved, how do I know about properties which are available, and how do I have transparency on the prices? Meaning print did not give the same experience. Print was not complete because you can't print every property at every point in time in a newspaper. On a website, you have instant, always up-to-date information. Now, nobody's safe. I mean, social media is getting into the space of property, iProperty and Property Guru these days. So from that perspective, is the solution of a problem 10 years ago might not be the solution of a problem today. Number 3 is check for strong moats. Now, what are moats? If you think of a castle, it's the thing around it which makes it harder to get into the castle. Now, moats protect assets. If in case of a company, this could be a patent, this could be high quality people in the company, which make it hard for others to replicate the same type of a company. Assets drive income, and income drives value. So you need to have moats to protect ultimately the value of your company. Then number 4 is you want to be in mainstream. You don't want to do some specific tiny niche markets. Now, these days mainstream is much harder than in the past. If you think about the average viewer on Netflix, hard to pick what really mainstream is. One day they look at top Hollywood movies, then they watch a few Korean dramas, then they do an animated movie the other day. So you have to be flexible. The same in properties, apartments versus landed properties. The preferences change. So not every purchase is automatically the same for the same person. So people will swap between the different classes of properties. So you have to find mainstream. Data can help you. And you have to leverage game changers. 2 examples here. One is a company called Vocation from the ASX. Their share price plummeted to nothing once specific government grants were taken away from the market. So the government grant was literally a reverse, taking it away was a reverse game changer for them. The company disappeared. The reverse for the UK, a company called Rightmove had a massive increase in their share price when home information packages were mandated by the government, which is certain documentation about the property, which obviously an online company could provide much, much easier. Often it's also a case of selling. If you think of real estate groups and you compare it to Purple Bricks not too long ago, Obviously, future has told us a different story, and the market eventually looks behind it. The same revenue in a normal real estate group versus Purple Bricks, the value differential between those two was more than 10 times. So Purple Bricks was worth more than 10 times the amount which a normal real estate group was. Why? Nobody really knows. They just told the story slightly different. The same is true also for the whole area of the collaborative workspaces. Again, an example 3 years ago. Regis has since then being purchased, but had revenues back then of 2.3 billion US dollars, but they were valued at 1 times revenue versus a company in the UK called Workspace Group was valued at the same valuation on only a 20th, so a 20th of those revenues. Pretty impressive value differential between these two companies. Why? Because the story was sold differently. One of the key guarantors for a sustainable investment is also that the investment needs to be very rare. Now, many women tell us that diamonds are unique and rare and so on. I mean, in the whole universe, probably not. On the earth, yes, they are, and they will maintain their value, but one day they might find a new resource of diamond, a new mine, and then the whole value might plummet. To me, the most favorite investment in terms of sustainability is real estate. You have to stay real. Real estate never loses its full value, number one. Number two is location. Location matters in real estate. If you buy property at the right location, your asset is protected. You're literally creating a moat. So I want to finish today's presentation by saying there's a couple of ways on how you can actually make sure you invest in a sustainable investment rather than in a short-term buzz type of investment. And for me personally, real estate is one of the best because there are 3 words which make real estate unique and an investment in real estate special, which is location, Choo IQI. Thank you so much.
Hello everyone, welcome to this session and my name is Tack. I'm going to share a topic, what you see on the screen. Data is new gold. And I want to share another view. Data is not new gold. Some of you may be start questioning, Tack, I guess you may be getting the wrong idea. Actually, I want to offer you a new perspective of viewing the data you may understand now. So to me, data looks like a rain. It is everywhere. Even though you're in a country, you may not have the rainfall like in the country I'm living in. It's perfectly okay to take it. Data is everywhere. It is existed before the invention of computer. Really? Okay, let's see. Data is everywhere. For example, the very first one, before the invention of computer, this could be the handwritten record, like the customer name when they order, maybe the receipt you have received from visiting a coffee shop. So those are the data as well. And it could be the files residing on your computer. It could be the Word, PowerPoint, the picture, images. Those are data as well. It could be the records in the software, accounting, point of sales, CRM, and so on. So these are the much more structured data. And another perspective is email could be your data as well. Really? Email could be my data? Yes, email could be your data. It's just unstructured. It's not easy to analyze. And it's one form of data. And the list is go on and on and on. There are a lot more data available than you could imagine. For example, your social media posting, your Facebook, your Twitter, your IG, those are the data as well. So data is everywhere. So perhaps some people, wow, since the data is so huge that everywhere, so they have these three misconceptions, or I will call it, these are the myths. And before we go there, just understand why people, they hype up about data. Just because of the three factors. The first one, they are able to use the data to increase their performance by comparing the actual versus the plan. So if let's say they are too slow behind the plan, they can speed up when they are able to plan how they want to achieve the target. So with that, they are able to increase their performance. And secondly, they can increase the productivity by doing more with the lesser time, with the proper planning and with good data they already have. For example, they can plan the man hour, the shift, they arrange the whole thing, so they are able to increase the productivity of the entire organization. And ultimately, data could help you or your organization to increase the profitability by identifying the potential niche, and there could be potential risk as well, so you are able to avoid. So before I will continue, so I want to introduce a little bit me about myself. So yeah, my name is Thai. Yeah, let's go to here. My name is Thai. Back to year 1998, I was a programmer. I love programming so much. I can do the coding with my eyes closed. So that means I'm able to help you to automate your task. And in the year 2007, I was involved in SAP. I love the technology, a lot of data residing in the huge software. So that means there are a lot of data more than what we are able to consume. By understanding the flow, the whole thing, you are able to gain much more benefits from that. In the year 2011, I'm very fortunate to become a project management office manager. So that's the time I can see how people leverage on the data to track the performance, the tracking, the progress, and start analyzing and making critical information or critical decision out from the numbers. Then in the year 2013, my boss talked to me. Thank you for your contribution, and this is a letter, and the company were not able to sustain for so long, so I need to let you go. Yep, I was retrenched, and that's the time I started out on my own, and I practiced all the things throughout the years of practicing, helping people to leverage more and do more with the lesser time with the data, and they're able to turn the data into something successful stories. So now I'm here in 2021 to share that with you. So based on my years of observation, these are the common myths people may have. So the first one, you see, data is only for large corporates. So this is very common. You see, I need the AI machine learning, so all these things. So they have missed first one. And the second one, data need a lot of data in order to make sense. For example, big data. So when they think about big data, something huge, they may be thinking, I need expensive software or expensive tool to make the sense of it. So let's debunk the myth one by one. Let's go to the first one. Okay, so people will think it's only for big corporate. Actually, it's not necessarily true. I have one lady friend, her name I don't want to disclose here, and she is a coach. One fine day, she texted me saying, hey Thai, I need some help. I need some help to create a sales dashboard. I said, okay. Why? Then she said, she wants to feel in control with her data. I said, okay, then what you want to do more? Then she answered, I want to see my sales progress. I want to track them. And at the same time, I want to track and monitor my collection. So, okay, that's good. So after working with her, then I come out this dashboard. Then she's able to track. So this is the first one. It basically is just she's able to see the individual months, how the progress like. Are they on track or far, whether she is able to hit the target on the monthly basis. But sometimes the months, the data sometimes could be high month or low month. So when cumulatively, she's able to see the entire progress. So this is what she said. Hi, I'm so amazed with the data. She's able to do more with the lesser. And actually, data is not necessarily is only for the big corporates. So she's benefiting that a lot. So you are able to do something similar. So now we move on to the next myth. Myth number 2 is data need a lot of data in order to make sense out of it. Actually, it's not necessary. So this is a car rental company. They have 100 over vehicles and they have a lot of data they already have in their system. It could be from external vendor, they got it. They could have petrol, touch and go, the toll, they have the fuel, they have the commission, installment, the OBD, that means the GPS tracking. They have all these numbers. With all these numbers, they have no idea which vehicle is making profit and which are not. So they are able to take the corrective action by removing those non-performing vehicles. So they want to know the profitability for each vehicle. After I look at the data, I just playing some magic with that. So this is the final result. They are getting the list of those vehicles with negative gross profit. It's a long list. They're also getting a list of the vehicle has a positive gross profit. It's just by looking at the numbers alone, and they are able to remove all the non-profitable vehicle. They are able to increase their gross profit 13%, 1-3. So that could be happen overnight. So why these vehicles, they are not moving, why they are not performing, it could be something not so right. For example, misuse of vehicle, maybe the vehicle is hidden or either in the warehouse. So this is the things can prompt them to do some investigation. So with this kind of work, they are able to increase their profitability in the longer term. It will be much more sustainable. So that's myth number 2. Actually, it's not necessary with a huge data. Just use whatever data you have, you are able to do something about it. So that's done for the myth number 2. So that's the myth number 3. Wow, need a lot of expensive software. Let me show you. This is a dashboard, a sales dashboard with a lot of analysis like the quotation hit rate, the individual month, and the sales engineer, their progress for for all of them. So some of you, maybe I need some business intelligence tools. Maybe I want to buy some other CRM software just to do this. Actually, you'll be surprised. This software is already exists in your computer. Most likely, you have used it before. Some of you may be start guessing, why people calling me Excel Sifu? Maybe there's something to do with this software. Yes, if you're thinking that, you are perfectly right. So that's Microsoft Excel. It's already in your computer. You're able to do a lot more magic. For example, you're able to do automation. Doing a mini app in your computer, it help your team to do the handover of the job will be much more easier, and it's also able to help you to do some automation, some dashboards, some analysis, and many more. So the list will just go on. So that is the only tool you need to have. Some of you may think, would this tool withstand for many years? So when the organization matured on a certain parts of the business operation, you may want to adopt some proper one and some much more powerful tools than Excel. So that will be next step. In summary, Excel is suffice enough to keep you started and you are able to see some benefits. So let's summarize the myth. So the first one is not necessary for big corporates. And it's not necessarily need a lot of data, and finally you just could use Excel to do those. So I would like to invite you to take these 3 actions in order for you to really experience that. The first one is define the end result. Like the coach, she defines she wants to track the sales progress and she wants to know the collection. So that's 2. And meanwhile, for the car rental, you want to know the profitability of each vehicle. So define your result, what you want to see. So after that, start collecting or creating the data. If, for example, the coach, they don't have any data, so she just need to create something just enough. Not overwhelmed, something just enough. And meanwhile, for the car rental, they just reuse whatever data really have. Do not need to reinvent the wheel. And finally, just to have fun to see the data from different perspectives. For example, the 2 examples I have shared with you, so they can see how about the individual month progress, how about cumulatively, how about this, how about that. So you can start playing just like how you play with the Lego blocks. With a lot of different combinations, you're able to see things differently. You will be amazed what are the things you could do more with data. So some of you may think, hey Ty, how can I reach out to you? If let's say you need some advice or some help. So this is my contact details. Yep, you may want to write down. So that's me. You can locate me or can connect to me in my LinkedIn profile, or you can search some of my previous works and some tutorials in the YouTube channel. Just search for Excel Sifu. So you are able to see that I will add more videos regularly. And if you want to reach out to the organization, you can reach out to YXL, and the email address, the webpage, as well as the Facebook and LinkedIn profile. You can search and connect with us. Before we wrap up, I want to invite you to imagine you are sitting in front your colleague, your team members. You are so excited. You are tossing all the papers into the sky, into the air, and you are celebrating your huge success. You are so happy. You're smiling non-stop. And all the papers land on the table. They turn to your money. And you are so happy with that. That's the reason why in YXL, we want to help you to make friends with your data so that you are able to turn the good data into your own success stories. So this is something really, really passionate about, and we want to help you to do more with less just by going through the data alone. Hopefully this session gives you some ideas. Data is not really a new goal, it's existed everywhere, and you're able to benefit with something just enough, and it really exists in your computer. On one Friday, hopefully you are able to meet and you're able to share your success stories with me. With that, take care everyone and stay safe.
Imagine you're an octopus and you're near the shore and you're stuck in a pool of water. Rocks everywhere. You're hungry and you're looking for crab. You need to eat to survive. But you're stuck in this empty pool. There's no crab around you. What can you do? What technique can you use to survive? In other words, what can we learn from an octopus? You know, if an octopus knows it have to travel and there's no shelter, there are no rocks, an octopus can make a plan. He can take 2 coconuts or shells and he builds a shelter for the future. So he can look into the future. Isn't that amazing? So this animal is not the most aggressive animal, no horns, no sharp claws, not even faster than most fish, and survived for 500 million years. Well, what can we learn from an octopus? An octopus is good at problem solving. So we can ask ourselves, do we have a problem? Or nowadays we call it a challenge. And I think we do, every day again. So what are we going to talk about? And what not? Because I'm not telling you how the world has changed. Because, you're all professionals. I guess everyone has been a witness in one way or another. I'm not going to tell you what the world will look like in 1 or 5 years. First of all, because I don't know how it will look like. And secondly, it will be different for everybody. But I am going to talk about adaptability. Why? Because I am pretty sure that if you want to keep your job for the next 1 or 5 years, if you want to keep your company alive, if you are the CEO or the assistant manager, you have to adapt to the ever-changing world we are living right now. And that is a crazy place. But the good thing is, if it is a crazy place, we can have fun. And today, in this keynote, we are going to have some fun. But believe me, I can also be very serious. Fun, for me, it's a crucial aspect. Because I'm a speaker, but I'm also a comedian. And fun is my product. And for you, if you are willing to improve yourself or the way you're doing business, fun is the petrol of your engine. Is it easy? Yeah. Well, to start, if you want to use fun in your work and your daily life, it starts with the right mindset, a way of thinking and doing. And you can work on that. Just as your adaptability skills, you can improve them. Did you know that you've programmed your body? You've learned yourself that if you do this, you are locked. You're not open to receive information or take action. And maybe you sit right now like this, but you'll think about it tomorrow. I think that's okay. Did you know that you use 20 muscles when you smile and 40 muscles when you look angry and disappointed? So to look angry costs more energy. So if you want to feel energetic at the end of the day, you better smile. And even important, when you go to work, smile. There's a supermarket in Denmark, I found it last week, and it wanted its customers to laugh. If you don't laugh, the sliding doors stay closed. I think it's brilliant. So when you laugh, they will open, creating the right mindset in shopping. Now, adaptability is a soft skill, and that doesn't sound tough. You never hear a couple of people together and say, well, hey man, you look good. Yeah, I'm working on my soft skill. I'm developing a growth mindset to improve my grit. Oh, this is my grit look. You don't hear it, especially you don't see that. Instead, we go to the gym and you see all the things this like this and the crazy walking thing. And, you look in the mirror, you say to yourself, yes, this is what I need. This looks good. But you never look in the mirror and say to yourself I have to work on my mental flexibility. I wonder what my percentage mental flexibility is according to the global average. So, how are we going to do that? Well, I want to set the bar high today. And today you're going to learn something that can change your life. You will receive a couple of takeaways on how to do that. So actually, it's up to you. You might know that the best keynote speeches have 3 things. 3 is the magic number when you share knowledge. And most of them use an acronym to remember. And of course, interaction. And I've got all 3 in my keynote. You see, I talk about 3 things and my acronym is AAA. AAA. There we go. And we have interaction in the real live session or the online session. So let's have a look at my AAA. I talk about adaptability. I talk about to add joy. And I talk about an octopus. So before I will explain my trilogy, I will give you my biggest takeaway. Here it comes. I wonder what would happen if. That's it. I wonder what would happen if. And now I'm going to tell you how to use this sentence to be adaptable, and even how to measure your adaptability later on. Why do I love adaptability? I mean, why am I talking about it? Am I an expert? I don't know. I mean, is there a world championship in adaptability? Olympic Games, maybe? I mean, that would be nice. That you go there as a runner, you've been qualified as a 100-meter runner, and instead of running, you have to go into the ring for a boxing match. Then you have to be adaptable. I tell you why. I tell you why I like it, and I have been adaptable in my work for the last 26 years. As I said, I'm a keynote speaker, and like I said, I'm also, for the last 26 years, I've been a stand-up comedian with over 4,500 shows. And I just pointed out how vital fun is, for me, but generally. And when you're looking at a joke, I mean, you can say a joke in 1,000 ways, but only in a couple of ways people will laugh. Now, what determines if a joke is spot on? I mean, a lot of things, the way of talking, the energy in the room, the reason the people are there, time of the performance, the other speakers. I mean, every aspect can change the way you tell the joke or your story or your business plan. So you have to be adaptable every single performance. But even if you are 100% adaptable, I mean, there's this beautiful thing in stand-up comedy, and we call it the heckle. And a heckle is that someone from the audience is shouting at you just to make you uncomfortable. And it will happen, you and me, every day. I mean, and I must say it does not happen a lot at these professional conventions. You know, this keynote speaker walks on doing a thing, and a businessman at row 7 stands up, beautiful suit, and he shouts to the stage like, "Go home! Your mother is..." I mean, and this guy will say, "We had the turnover of..." Then you have to be pretty adaptable. Now, what is adaptability? Thank you. Oh, this is my assistant. There's a microphone. She swallowed a microphone. So when I have a live performance, I can throw her in the room and people can talk and we can have a conversation. Everybody can hear it. I mean, it's really nice for interaction. So what is adaptability? Adaptability is considered an emotional intelligence, soft skill, and it means that individuals can change their behaviors, their actions, and the way they work to suit new situations. And adaptable people will not just change to suit their new environments, but they are willing to approach the unknown with positivity, confidence, and perseverance. I found this on Facebook, so it must be true. I think I posted it. Well, the thing was, like I said in the beginning, that adaptability is a soft skill. And therefore, you might think it's hard to compare them or give them a number. I mean, there are a lot of soft skills, but if you hear, well, oh, she's got a great personality. Okay, but how great? Compared to who? And how do you deal with that? I mean, as a person, if you want to improve yourself, where do you start? And more important, what is your goal? I mean, as a CEO, do you think about soft skills when you create a team? Every person is different in terms of character, environment, and adaptability skills. Now, I would like to prove something that will give us a great insight. And this is the 30-second version. Normally, I do a quiz, 6, 7, 8, 9 minutes, live or online. I ask people to grab their phones, that's possible online and live, and they give me numbers, and I know exactly what they think and what they say. For instance, I ask them, how important is adaptability in your work or private? And they give me an instant number, and I can see how they feel. Then, for instance, I ask them, okay, what is the top speed of your car? They give me a number. Then I say, how many doors do you have in your home? They give me a number. And then, this is now when it gets complicated, can you give your mental flexibility a number? And that wakes them up. And then I show them there maybe 15 more soft skills. And just because I use the spinning wheel just to find out what is your number of the next one. And at the end, I ask them, okay, if you can improve your soft skills, would you like to know how to do that? And that is, a great interactive part, and I just show you now in 30 seconds. So if we see all the numbers, they gave numbers of the car, but when we look at the numbers, especially of the soft skills that people give, it is always a little bit of chaotic. People don't know. But when it comes to how we live or do business, we like to measure everything, and we know everything. Censored Internet of Things, big data, track records, playlist. We want to know it all, and we do know what the numbers are. We are monitored day and night. Your watch tells us something about your heart, where you are, cameras in the mall, cookies on your computer. Every breath you take and every move you make and every bond you break and every step you take, they'll be watching you every single day, every word you say, every game you play, every night you stay. I think they made a song about that. It doesn't sound like a love song. It sounds a little bit more that the police is watching me or something. But anyway, big data is everywhere, if you like it or not. And that will only increase. And even today, I don't know if you're going somewhere, but you want to know how much gas do I have left in my car? What's the battery status of my Tesla? How far can I go? How much energy do I have left in my phone? Does my phone have enough range? You have to know and do something about it. If it's not okay, then you have to recharge. But the thing is, how about you? What is your battery status? How far can you go? What is your range? So wouldn't it be great to have a dashboard with your personal data so you know what's good and which area needs some work? What you have to learn, or maybe have to unlearn something, and that's an interesting one. And not only you, wouldn't it be great if you have the data of a team or a department or a company? And the reason, obvious, I ask you that question is to tell you that is possible. And I will tell you at the end of the speech when it all comes together. First, let's talk about the second A, to add joy, add fun. When we want to do that, we have to work in our mindset. We have to ask ourselves the right question. I wonder what would happen if. But the thing is, you can say that question in 1,000 ways. And all those different ways will not only affect your audience or employees, it will also affect you. So if you question yourself, it matters how you do that. What happens if you say it angrily? I wonder what would happen if! That sounds, you have serious problems or not. And there's no easy solution. What happens if you say that you're almost crying, like, I wonder what would happen if? That sounds like you need professional help. And how about it if you say it in a way that you don't believe it? And that happens a lot in business. Like, just, I wonder what happened if I wonder what happens if we make telephones without buttons. Mm-hmm. Yeah, really, I wonder what happens if we created cameras with a memory card. Mm-hmm. Are we going to sell our 35mm photo cartridges? No. So, remember the sentence and say it in a way like you are making your own Walt Disney movie. I wonder what would happen if. Do you feel that energy? Then you have the right energy to act. Let me tell you a story about mindset. I have a nephew, and he's 14 years old, and he's in a scouting group. And he told me the story that to go to the next level, to become a tenderfoot, that's how it's called. I didn't know, a tenderfoot. He had to do a solo dropping. So they picked him up with a car and blindfolded him, and they drop him somewhere, and he has to find his way back. And I thought that was pretty exciting for a youngster of 14 years old. But he told me the story with big eyes and so much energy that he was there all alone, did not recognize the place, and he said he was looking at the moon and created a plan. It was the best experience he had in his life. I mean, this guy is 14 years old. I thought it was great, awesome. And a couple months later, I had a talk. I was on stage in Swakopmund in Namibia. And that was March 2020, 3 weeks before the lockdown due to Corona. And the flight back was from Windhoek. And I had a hotel near the airport. It was a bit of a suburb, a bit scary. And these hotels are always in a sort of abandoned industrial park of my hotel. And in the evening, I had dinner with some speakers. And in the end, everybody went their way. I grabbed a taxi to my hotel. And we drove in this shady neighborhood. And it was dark. And suddenly, the driver stopped. He looked in the mirror and said, "Sorry, engine not working. I have to drop you here. Good luck and beware of everything." That's what he said. Beware of everything. Well, a normal reaction would be that you get out, you step the tires, you start a fire, you text your partner that you love her, and shout out, help me, I'm going to die." I mean, that's what everybody would do. But not me. I thought about my nephew. Because sometimes you want to be that child again. So I said to myself, mindset, what do I have to do if I was 14 years old and I have to stretch myself to become a tenderfoot? Where is the moon? Well, spoiler alert, I survived. I found the hotel. I had a great experience. I have a great story. And I had to buy a new camera and new shoes. But the point is, find the joy in your life. Create the right mindset, and that will be your psychological soil. Now you can build anything you want. So remember the sentence and say it in a way like you're making your own Walt Disney movie. I wonder what would happen if. Do you feel the energy? Then you have the right energy to act. Now, what can we learn from an octopus? The third A. An octopus is, I believe it's a great animal. I gave some examples, and for me it's an example of adaptability and intelligence. Did you know that an octopus can weigh as much as a human being? It can stretch themselves to the size of a car, and because it's got no bones, it can go through a hole of 3-4 centimeters wide. Well, we spoke about problem solving, challenges. I wonder what would happen if. We talked about adding joy, making fun, using the right mindset to wonder. And we talked about how to measure your soft skills. How can you do that? I told you I would explain. Well, I did an assessment to find out what my adaptability quotient is. And that was a great experience. I mean, now I can check my dashboard. And that gives me, to give you a brief insight, I don't want to be too technical right now. Look at the back of me. The assessment is about 3 main areas. Ability, character, and environment. And there are 15 subdimensions we talked about with a spinning wheel in the interactive sessions. And after the assessment, you receive a personal PDF and dashboard with all your numbers, so you can see where are you good at and what areas need improvement. And you can compare them with the global average or maybe someone in your team. For everyone who wants to dive into this and know more about this opportunity, see the content again of this keynote, I have a website with a great acronym again. It's www. Is I wonder what would happen if I have fun. So the website is www.happenif.fun. Now, last but not least, what can we learn from an octopus? Remember, this octopus was in his empty pool. Maybe you are in your pool looking for answers, improvement, opportunity. Maybe you think your pool is empty. And while you're thinking there's nothing there, you can sit still and wait. Or, as you see, you can find new waters. So, what can we learn from an octopus? Don't sit still. The solution will not come to you. You have to take action and find new waters. And you have to find your octopus. And I wonder what would happen if you do that. Best of luck. My name is Tom Sligting.
Hi everybody and welcome to this session. I'm very glad to have you with me today. My name is Jasper and I have had a lot of experience as a founder myself, but also and especially in supporting other founders. In my day job, I help accelerators and VC funds supporting the startups they invest in. So one of the key areas I'm concerned with is identifying unsuccessful paths founders sometimes take. So during the years, I have identified 10 common traps you as a founder are bound to step into. And today I will show you these 10 typical situations that pose explosives to your startup. So basically I will show you the map of the minefield. So are you good to go? And here's trap number 1. This trap is not lethal, but it will definitely keep you away from success. And some founders have great ideas and think they can do this all by themselves. So they take care of development, and once they're done, they start acquiring some beta users. And then, of course, they want some more, so they do some marketing. And then they find investors, and they try to cover legal, and then hire people, and only to find out that they can't be everywhere at the same time, and there's no way they can handle all topics in detail on their own. So this is what I call the single founder trap. And let me tell you from my own experience, you alone can never cover all fields of expertise it needs to succeed. And this is why VCs hardly ever invest in single founders. Those successful founder teams consist of 2 to 3 founders in average. And all modern companies we admire as entrepreneurs have more than a founder. I mean, look at it, like Google, Larry has Sergey, at Airbnb, Brian has Joey and Nathan, and even Steve had Steve. So yeah, everybody has a co-founder, so try to find one. Trap number 2 is a very, very common one. Let me ask you, who has a technical background? Like, do you know this situation where you have these discussions with your co-founders and they ask, when will it be ready? When will our product be ready to launch, right? And for all the others, did you ever have to wait for months because the CTO was not ready for market? And startups die from this situation, right? So they just run out of cash. So this is what I call the product development trap. Let me tell you, there is no such thing as a product that's done. Did you ever hear Apple say, we've got it, this is our final phone, yeah, this is the one? They keep on developing, and so will you. And if you acknowledge that you will keep on developing, why not just settle for an MVP with less features and go for the revenue? Get the ambition to finish a product out of your mind because it just won't work. If you keep focusing on getting your product ready, you will keep stuck in incremental improvements without any sales. So I would suggest you develop a minimal set of features, sell it to customers, then get your evaluations done, get your feedback, repeat the design process and launch again, right? Okay, trap number 3 is basically something for B2B startups, right? Some of those are really good, and they find their first customers even before their product is finished. So they ask their customers what it is for them, so what it needs for them to be able to sign a contract, right? And off they go off into the product customizing trap. So asking this question in the sales process is really harmful rather than in a development process. It will turn into a great danger. Your customer might have wishes that do not align 100% with your product development strategy or are of low priority to you. So as soon as the customer starts paying, some startups think they have to do everything the customer asks for so they can charge them. To go for the quick money is tempting, but will keep you off your track. And this is where a lot of startups take the turn into small and medium-sized mature companies rather than having the perspective of growing fast to start away. Other startups are really good at gaining traction with their products, so they have a B2C software solution or an app or something, right? A SaaS software. They put it out there for better use, and since it is better, it's for free, obviously. Some of them start using word of mouth from better users to grow, and they grow, and boom, and off they go into the user-based trap. Now, why is this a trap, you might ask, right? Well, the critical timing here is when to figure out when beta and free beta is enough. When should you start charging? You should definitely do as fast as possible, since a large user base will make investors think something's wrong with your business or revenue model. So if you do not convert users into customers quickly, this will stop your growth. Additionally, a customer complaint is the best feedback, and beta users have no incentive to ever tell you the truth. And by the way, paying customers pay the bills. If your next step in growth is hiring a team, you will have to do some major management changes. So if the team is not just founders anymore, some founders will have to fill leadership roles. And to be able to keep up speed, you need aligned strategies and delegated responsibilities in place. But some founders still go back to other founders for every decision. Well known are founders' discussions about app design or website design. Well, here you go. Welcome into the democracy trap. Unfortunately, this happens way too often, and many teams make every decision a shareholders meeting, right? So this will take a lot of time and will either slow you down or most probably end with a founder clash. Some founders will just get impatient and start discussing other founders' management skills if they're not able to take decisions on their own. And this takes me to the next trap. Trap number 6. If your team sets up their management roles and responsibilities the right way, the leaders will need management and leadership skills. So this might mean for you that you have to develop leadership skills. And some teams think every founder will automatically have to become a manager and be a born leader. Well, this will cause problems since some founders, especially ones with technical backgrounds, just don't develop the necessary skills to actually manage a group of people. And there they are in the middle of the managing owners trap. So 3 founders will feel they have matured into their new management roles, but still have to drag their 4th co-founder along. This is just a predestined clash, right? The only way to solve this is to do early discussions about the separation between management and ownership. The next trap is one I'm familiar with and what I see with a lot of startups. You get invited to join an event or a pitch competition, so you participate in the application and you win 2 tickets to the event and a pitch on a side stage. So you join the party hoping you will meet some investors. And this way you will spend all April and May and all October and November paying money for flights and hotels, losing a lot of time without proper results. Does this sound familiar to you? Well, this means you're stuck in the event trap. My advice, don't participate in any event you wouldn't pay for in the first place. So only participate in events that align with your sales, marketing, and fundraising strategies, because this is why you would participate anyway. Trap number 8 is the hockey stick. You're in a situation where you have some first traction and revenues, and you're going after the hockey stick, right? So you set up your marketing strategy, hire some really skilled people, define the measures you have to implement, and you go all in. Your traction goes up immediately, and you can see this working amazingly well. So customer feedback comes in and gives you input for the next version of your product. But if you stop marketing now, your curve will flatten. So welcome in the hockey stick trap. You don't have funds to cover both development and marketing, so what do? The flattened curve will turn off investors, thinking your trend is over or something is wrong with your product's retention. So this might return into a downward spiral. And this is all because you didn't align your market entrance strategy with your fundraising. If you align the both, you'll have spare resources once your traction picks up. This way you can develop your version 2 along with marketing your growth. Now, at any given point in time, a business angel might step up to you with this amazing network. He helps a little, but actually too little to solve any issues. Basically, he tells you what to do and does not take anything off your workload and does not introduce you proper to investors and clients as well. So, however, you sign a convertible loan with sweat efforts included, so he insists to get his shares, right? So there you go, off into a cap table mess up. And this is what I call the sweat money trap. When you finally find a proper investor, this guy will be hard to get off your cap table. And he's in there for the free lunch, right? So in my experience, any business angel invested with real cash will do exactly the same for you without the sweat deal. This is in their own interest, right? So it's in their stake and in their interest to actually support you. So only do deals with proper cash involved. Now, last but not least, I want to show you the most important one. Since the most important thing startups really need is cash, any founder will start fundraising activities. Mostly it's easier to get some investor meetings than it is to get proper paid customers. So the focus turns to fundraising really fast, and then all of a sudden you find yourself chasing a list of 100 plus fundraising contacts, of which most don't even invest. So welcome into the fundraising trap. On your list, you will have several of such people, and they say they invest, and they say they can leverage further investment by others. Well, this is hardly ever true, simply due to the fact that no one will let others determine what to do with their money. So how do you identify the ones with real cash? Well, simply by asking 4 questions in the first meeting. First of all, ask which topics they invest in, and then what ticket size they usually do. And what was the last startup they invested in and how much was the ticket? And then, of course, what's the most promising startup in your portfolio? If you don't get straight answers to these questions, then keep your hands off and invest your efforts somewhere else. So these were the 10 traps I witnessed and a lot of founders step into. I hope you like them. If you'd like to see more, just be sure to visit my LinkedIn profile. I'm very present there. And of course, you can contact me over there if you have some questions. So keep up the good work and enjoy the rest of the event. Goodbye.
Hello, everybody. It is an honor to be with all of you today here at the Adapt International Convention 2021. It is such a privilege to be amongst like-minded individuals whose desire is to continue to better themselves every single day. Now, to those of you who were with me in last year's Adapt International Convention, thank you so much for being here. I'm so excited to see all of you once again. I can't wait to have this conversation with you. And to those of you who's probably seeing me for the first time, it's an honor to be on your screens right now, and I hope that my time with you will be able to add value to you in however form it is, whether it be in your business, your personal career, or your life. It is my greatest honor to be able to have a conversation with you. Now, my name is Ken Lizardo. I am the founder of Rise Training Asia, and there are 3 things that I love talking about. Number 1, it is leadership. And I believe that all of us have the potential to be great leaders wherever our careers are right now. Number 2, communication. Communication has changed my life, focusing on being able to get better in not just communicating with other people, but also having that internal dialogue, communicating with myself to be able to improve my self-awareness has been a game changer. And number 3, personal development. I love talking about and championing personal development specifically because I had a lot of work that I had to do to be able to get to where I am now, and there's a long way to go. And I believe that personal development is the key to being able to unlock doors of opportunities for us in several areas of our lives. Now, today is going to be an exciting day because all of us, I'm sure, we're looking forward to 2022, and we're looking forward to be able to execute on a vision that we probably, maybe it's a vision that you already have, or it's a vision that we are yet to have. Now, if you promised yourself that this month you're going to make some serious change, or maybe you're just not sure what those changes need to be, then this talk is for you. We are going to talk about vision. Now, I'd like you to lay out a vision for yourself. Make sure it's a big vision, okay? Not a mediocre vision. Make it a big vision. One that basically encompasses your passion in life, the gifts that you have. Just make sure to create that vision and make it big. No matter what the focus of your business or your career, you have to know that you have a lot to offer, depending on your giftings. It is important that we're aware of what we have so that we can give to those who don't have. You are unique, and only you can contribute your strengths in your special way, whether it be about staying home or raising a family, or making the best app there is, or being a CEO of a company, and all of these other things. Life is not a dress rehearsal, so you need to create your vision of what you really want and take inspired action steps to draw those things to you. Now, these are the same steps that I personally take for myself to make changes in focus and habits that will bring meaningful results to me. First, we need to be willing to take action. Now, without changing your focus or habits, you'll never be able to change the results. Without taking action, we will never move forward and reach the results that we want. And coaching, as a coach or consultant, what I do is all about getting results. So basically, for me, I listen to what my clients want. And we work together and we set out measurable steps that we need to take to be able to create action and success. When I speak to HR of a company and they say that, oh, our people aren't necessarily good leaders yet and we probably need some leadership or management training, sometimes I ask them more questions to find out if that really is the case. And sometimes we'll discover that it isn't necessarily the management problem that they have. It's more of a communication problem, whether it's interpersonal communication, or maybe they need some public speaking coaching so that they sound and look like a leader, the kind of leader that their team can trust. Again, this has a lot to do with being clear with what the vision is, because if it's not clear, then we won't be able to write down the proper action steps to be able to move forward. We are responsible for the momentum for this vision to move forward. And it's going to be impossible to take action on our own unless we choose to have a support or encouragement or guidance or accountability that may be a coach or a consultant or a trainer, a mentor or accountability partner who's probably just your friend. It doesn't matter. We need that accountability to move forward. Now, without forward momentum and inspired action, the vision is just going to be a nice thing to think about. It's just a good thought. But in order for your business or your career to be successful, in order to be happy and fulfilled in your career, prosperous and content in your life, you need to have one common thread, and that is a vision. Now, the process of creating starts with a thought, a great idea, if you will, a passionate want, or a dream of something magnificent to achieve. Now, these are the intangible sparks that ignite our drive to move forward and turn the intangible into reality. This is what we call a vision. So, what I'd like you to do now is to begin by brainstorming on paper. That's right. You need to write it down. If you want to use your tablet, your phone, your laptop, computer, go ahead. Just make sure to write it down so that you can bring clarity to what you want and what you're thinking of, because that's the first step to being able to make it real. Now, the first brainstorming session should be free-flowing. Don't edit your thoughts and your ideas. If you're working on your personal vision or your work vision, you need to define what you want and how you spend your time. You're going to have to start with your personal vision, because you need to have absolute clarity to what is important to you and what you want, and maybe the other things in your life that you're passionate about and that makes you feel fulfilled, rather. From there, you can get to create your vision of your ideal in your business, your career, and then you can take action to bring what you really want in your life. You have to focus on what you really want. You have to be specific. Don't be vague. Don't say, I want lots of money. I want a nice home. I want no stress. Okay. You have to create a picture in your mind to exactly what you want, maybe down to the color of the carpet or the list of clients that you have. Use words to draw that picture until your vision is clear. For example, maybe you can say, I want a profitable and fulfilling holistic health practice. That could be specific enough. Now, if you can be more specific than that, then go ahead, but you can start with that. Maybe you can say, I want to see clients in 3 different specialties, plus passive income revenue streams, or I will work 5 days a week. This is for the business people, of course. I will work 5 days a week between 12 noon and 6 p.m. as I devote the rest of my day to self-care, to gardening, to exercising, and spending time with family and friends. Make it specific. Now, one of the biggest benefits of doing this is you'll be able to be more aware of the things that we need to focus on. As I mentioned earlier, there are a lot of stressors in the world today, and there's a lot of things that are trying to grab our attention, whether it be positive or negative. And most of the time, people like us, we tend to focus on the negative. It's just human nature. And we need to remember that we create what we put our energy on. If you concentrate on all the things that you don't want, on all the things that you don't have enough of, that is what you will create more of. So we need to start creating what we do want, and this starts with having a clear vision. As we continue to do it, we'll notice that there are a lot of other things that we're putting our energy on that are not really beneficial or benefiting us, whether it be for the long term or in the short term. So again, be specific with your vision. If you want to create big results, clearly lay out your life, your career, and your business vision, and then take the necessary steps to turn these things into reality. If you do it this way, you'll find yourself inching closer and closer, moving forward, closer to that goal that you created for yourself. Create a vision so that you can create your results. Now, if you are, let's say, in a rough patch right now, maybe you're stuck in a rut because of this pandemic, I would love for you to connect with me on LinkedIn and just message me. I'd love to give you a word of encouragement, maybe via video or a voice message, because I believe that this is what it's all about. It's all about helping every one of us, each of us, helping each other, rising up to pick ourselves up, regardless of where we are. If you're stuck in a rut, now if you're in a good position, then you are in a position to help other people as well. Probably do the same thing that I'm asking people to do right now. Ask people to connect with you so that you can be an encouragement to them as well. Again, I appreciate all of you for being here. Enjoy the rest of the conference, and hopefully I see you soon. I can't wait to connect with all of you.
Well, hello everybody and welcome to this session. How do you build a cutting-edge digital brand? Now we know the world is online. There's no way we're going back to traditional ways of doing business. That hasn't been happening for the last 10 or 15 years. But now the way the world has evolved in the last 18 months is making it more and more important, more and more crucial for you to build a cutting-edge digital business. Now, cutting edge because it needs to stand out, it needs to be recognizable, and it needs to move with the times. So are you ready to dive in and look at what it takes to build a cutting-edge digital brand and online business? Let's start. So I'm going to be sharing my screen first of all. Here we go. Okay, so this is what we're going to be covering on this session. We are going to be looking at a few aspects of what it takes to build a cutting-edge digital business. My name is Melanie Falvey, and I am the founder of Expert Channel TV, and I am delighted that you are watching this session. So let's make it really, really valuable for you. So here's the thing. I could basically give you the most useless information, or I could give you the best information, and you could basically be getting the same results. And you might be wondering, how is that even possible? Well, if you don't take action on what you learn here today, there will be no results, okay? So you need to take action, implement. At the end of this session, I am going to be giving you a few actionable steps that you can start implementing straight away. So without further ado, let's get straight into the facts. So this is what we're going to be covering briefly on this session, because we don't have time to dive deep into all of these points, but we are going to be speaking about them. And 2 or 3, we are going to go a bit deeper. So we're going to be looking at the foundations of an online business. What are those foundations? We are going to be looking at the difference between an online presence and a personal brand, and how those 2 aspects of an online business are crucial, and you need to start working on them from day 1. We are going to be learning what is visibility and what type of visibility you need to be implementing. We are going to very briefly speak about message, community, and quality reputation, or as I like to call it, building authority. So here's the thing. The foundations of a digital business are based on the online world, okay? So it's all about your online presence, and your online presence has many different aspects to it, okay? It's every interaction that happens on the internet when it comes to your personal brand, every single post, every single comment, that is all part of your online presence. We are going to be describing it more in detail in a few seconds. And it's basically, you have an online presence, and what you do with that online presence is going to be crucial on whether your digital business is going to succeed or not. You are offering a solution, or you are meeting a desire for a number of people, for your target market, for your ideal audience, if you like. And that takes me to the 3rd point. You have an ideal audience, people who resonate with your message, people who need what you have, or who want to aspire to what you are offering. Okay, so those are basically the foundations. And we are going to be looking at some of those aspects right now. So here's something I want you to take away, if you like, from this session. So there's 3 main pillars when it comes to building a cutting-edge digital business, okay? And I like to use these 3 initials, AMS. So A, because you need to be very aware of your personal brand. Every single mention, every post, every comment, every interaction is there, and it's going to be there on the internet forever. So you need to be very aware of what you're doing in building that personal brand, because that personal brand is also going to be part of your digital business. Now, you need to be very mindful of your online presence. Again, it's very tied in with your personal brand, and you'll see in a minute why, but you need to be mindful, okay? So be aware, be mindful, and the S stands for strategic. Be strategic about your visibility, be strategic about your digital business, okay? Don't just do things randomly. You need to be strategic in order to get results. So I get this question a lot, and you probably also have a few doubts around these topics. So what is a personal brand? What is an online presence? What is visibility? So let's just clear all the doubts. So here's the thing, and I want you to be aware of this because it's truly important. So you have a personal brand, whether you're aware of it or not. Everybody has a personal brand, okay? We are walking brands, if you like. Even if you're an entrepreneur, or if you're not, you have a personal brand. If you work in corporate, you also have a personal brand, and you'll see why in a minute. Now, your online presence, on the other hand, is your introduction to the world, okay? It's that about me page on a website. It's that, in olden days, I don't know if anyone watching this remembers visiting cards. So that would be your online presence, okay? It is your introduction, your presentation to the world. And that's why you have to be so mindful about it. And here's a question I want to ask you. If you are not showing up, if nobody knows you, nobody knows what you do, nobody knows how you can help them and what solution you offer, how are people going to be able to connect with you, to find you, to trust you, and eventually buy from you. And that's basically what a digital business is, right? You have a solution or you have a desire that people want to aspire to. You need to make it easy for people to find you, to connect to you, to trust you, to see you as an authority, see you as an expert, and then be ready to buy from you. So here's what a personal brand is. It's a combination, okay? It's not just one thing, it's a combination of all the different layers of your personality, your lifestyle, your skills, your values, all of those things that you choose, and here's the key, that you choose to share with the world, okay? There are many things that you're not going to be sharing online. So they are not going to be part of your digital business and your digital brand. But whatever you choose to share, and again, it's key because you need to be strategic. So you need to be choosing what you share when it comes to business. All those different layers are what make up your personal brand. So a personal brand is very complex because it's attached to a human and humans are complex, okay? So there's all different layers to it, all different angles to a personal brand. And the more you're able to be strategic about all those angles, the faster and the better you're going to be able to build your digital business. Now, your personal brand is all those layers. So what do you want that personal brand to say about you? And here is one of the things that many people get wrong, because they think that once you're online, you have absolutely no control over what happens to your business. But business reputation, okay, or quality reputation is something that you are in total control of, or 99% control, okay? There is a, slight percentage of, circumstances, things that can happen that where, you have no control over. But in general, you have control of what people are going to be perceiving about your personal brand, your digital business. So what do you want it to say about you? And at the end of this session, we're going to do a short exercise that is going to go deeper into this question, because you can control this. So on the other hand, what is an online presence? Well, we said it's your introduction to the world, okay? So your online presence is actually the way you manage, the way you choose to manage that personal brand, okay? So that's why you're in control, because you can manage it and you should be managing it, okay? And here's why it's so important. The right online presence will amplify your personal brand. Now, the wrong online presence, what will it do? It will harm your credibility, harm your brand. So that's why you need to be very mindful of your online presence, and it's totally doable, and you need to be doing it from day one. Don't wait until your business is already, soaring and successful. No, you need to be mindful of your online presence and being aware of your personal brand from day one. So here's why, because a mindful online presence is going to be able to present you in the best light. And if you are trying to build a business, you always need to show up and be, your best you, if you like, shine. You need to be in your best light so that people get to know you, they get to like you, they get to trust you, and they get to buy from you, okay? And that very, very briefly, what I just shared is what we call in marketing the viewer's journey, or the customer's journey, okay? So your online presence, and this is something I like to describe it this way, okay? So your online presence is your living and breathing presentation to the world, okay? Living and breathing, everything you do online is part of your online presence. So you need to be very aware of it, very mindful of it, and very strategic about it. Now, on the other hand, what is visibility? And here's, it's important to make this difference, because many people confuse all these terms And, you know, it's not terribly important if you confuse them or not, but it's more about what you do about them. You know, if you're going to be taking action and working on your personal brand, you know, you need to know exactly what it is. And if you're going to be working and managing your online presence, you need to know what it is. And visibility is the same thing. So what is visibility? Visibility is how you show up, okay? It's all the ways, all the places where you show up strategically. And again, strategic is a very important word. It's not just showing up randomly. It's showing up in the right place, with the right topic, surrounded by the right people, with the right positioning, so you can build authority, okay? It has to be very strategic. Visibility is basically showing up, and it can be done in many different formats. Every time you post something, you know, text, that is visibility. Another type of format is photos, graphics, you know, that is also visibility. Obviously video, you know, audio. Any way you show up online is using visibility, okay? And visibility, and in particular video, is the fastest marketing tool and communication tool there is today. In the future, we don't know, but right now, visibility in video format is your best ally, okay? So that's also important to note here. And the thing is, visibility today, in today's business world, is completely unavoidable if you want to build a business, okay? This is not 15 years ago, 20 years ago. If you want to build a business, a digital business today, you need to embrace visibility, okay? But I have good news for you, because everybody can do it. So no matter whether you are shy, introverted, scared, you don't want to be online, if you're building a business, you need to start embracing the power of visibility, the power of having a strong and powerful online presence. And everybody can do it. Absolutely everybody, okay? Absolutely everybody. There is not one person out there, not one of you who is so shy, so scared, and so lost that cannot do it. You can do it. And the reason why I know it is because, listen, that was me. I'm the most introverted person in this world. I am a huge you know, shy person who would just rather be hiding than doing videos and doing conferences and speaking, you know, everywhere. And I have been able to build 2 successful businesses around my biggest fear, okay? My biggest fear was to be visible, and in particular to be in front of a screen. Photos, videos, I mean, videos obviously was the worst. And I have been able to build 2 successful businesses around it, okay? I created a system, a video marketing system that's called Videos That Sell System, which is obviously that, a framework to be able to communicate and sell on video. And I founded Expert Channel TV, which is an online media platform, the #1 authority building platform for entrepreneurs, brands, and organizations who want to become visible and who want to build authority so they can reach more people and obviously sell and grow a business. So that's why I know that you can do it. Visibility shouldn't be scary once you know how to do it. And it's actually the best and the only way you can grow a business nowadays. You know, there's no digital business if you are not showing up, letting people know what you do, how you can help them, and making it really easy for people to find you online. So here's what we've covered so far, okay? We've very briefly looked at what an online presence is, and that versus a personal brand, okay? And you know, all the differences between those two. We have learned what is visibility and why you need to embrace it in 2021 and moving forward. Now we are going to very briefly look at what you should be doing when it comes to message, community, and quality reputation, or what I focus on, which is building authority. So when it comes to your message, and here again, we don't have time to dive deep, but brands today, digital businesses today, need to be focusing on a message that is powerful, that is emotionally connecting with the audience. And the best way to do that is through stories. Okay, you've probably heard about storytelling everywhere, but it's true. Our brains are wired to connect to stories. Okay, we grow up listening to stories. Okay, bedtime stories. That's the way we learn. We are able to connect, to learn, to simplify, to think. All the processes that happen in our brain happen in a very graphic way when it comes to stories. Okay, so if somebody tells you a story, you're much more likely to remember what happened or to remember an important message, an important lesson when somebody has told you a story, as opposed to just giving you, you know, a few facts and things that are not connected, and you know, you're not going to be able to remember them properly. So every time you speak about your brand, you speak about your business, you speak about the solution you bring, your product, your service, try to turn it into a story. Now, this might sound very, very difficult, and it is a bit hard at the beginning, you know, and as business owners, this is what happens, you know, we need to learn to do all the things, even if after some time, you know, when you're able to, you can outsource and you can delegate, but it's always important for you to know how to do it first, even if you're going to be outsourcing, because that way you can ask for exactly and precisely what you want and what you need. So yes, telling the story of your business, the story of your product or your service is something you're going to be having to do when you're building a digital online business. Okay, digital online business. Oh my goodness, a digital business. Okay, so remember, stories sell. You can tell the stories of your clients who got results. Listen, a very good example is the way Airbnb, I don't know if you've watched their latest commercials. They are really, really good, really powerful, because it's not the people from Airbnb who are telling a story or who are, you know, coming out and saying, oh, you know, we have a load of accommodation all around the world. You can, you know, go to flat, stay in a castle. No. It's the actual clients who are sharing their experience. And that takes me to the next type of story. Try to make it as experiential as you can. Experiences sell, and you can attach an experience to any product service. So just think about that. Airbnb do it very well because they are sharing their clients' experiences, and those experiences take the shape of a story. Okay. Now, when it comes to a digital business today, digital businesses have something very specific about them, as opposed to, you know, offline businesses, traditional businesses. They are usually community-centered. Now, this is not something that you have to do. You know, if you're not community-focused, it's okay. You can still build a very successful digital business. But know that consumers today like to feel they belong. They belong to a group, to a community, to a tribe, to a club. So community-centered businesses are a way to go, okay? It's really powerful, and we see this with many brands, okay? Many international brands are building communities around their brands, okay? And if you want to know where the world is going when it comes to business, Facebook are usually a good place to, you know, look at things that you shouldn't be doing. Let's just say that from the start. And also look at things that might give you a clue of how consumers are behaving. Okay, consumer behavior is definitely something you want to start looking at if you're building a digital business. It's terribly important for you to be able to read the audience, to listen to the audience, ask lots of questions, connect to them, ask them, interact with them. Okay, make them participate in your journey. So if you're building a digital business, make your audience, even if, you know, we all start with 1 or 2 people in the audience, okay, that's, you know, that's the way it is. And then that audience, you know, can grow and grow and grow. But start again from day one. making your community feel important. Ask them, what do you want me to do? What do you want me to share? What do you want to learn? What product would solve XYZ? What service would be beneficial to you? Okay, so community-centered businesses are definitely something that works, and you could be tapping into the power of a community. Okay, the good thing about community-centered businesses is that it helps a lot when it comes to market research, because you can ask your community, whenever you're creating a product or service, you can just ask them. It's also creating emotional connections. And we know that we buy based on emotional impulses. Not everybody, because there's different types of buyers, and we don't have time to go into that. But there is the majority of buyers buy on impulse. And just think about the way you buy. Do you buy thinking about all the facts, figures, features of something, or do you buy because you love the brand, because you love their core values, because you resonate with them, because you want to be like the aspiring image they share? Think about that. So, it's very, very powerful. So just think about this. And the third aspect is building your authority. And again, don't leave this as a second thought for, oh, when my business is successful, I'll start building authority. Well, here's the thing, there's no way your business is going to be successful if you're not already building your authority. What is brand authority? Building your authority means that when people think about what you do, when people think about you, when people hear your name, they know exactly that you are the right person to solve their problem, that you are the right person with the right product. Okay, so when you need to attach your expertise, your product or service to becoming top of mind in your audience's minds again. So when people think about a product, the product that you manufacture, that you sell, that you produce, that you manage, people need to think about you. When people think about the service you offer, the name that comes to mind needs to be yours. Okay, and there's many different ways you can build brand authority. Again, we don't have time to dive into this, but it's something you need to be doing from day one. So you need to become the expert in your field, and that needs to happen along with all the other things. Okay, so while you're building your online presence, you're working on building your authority. Okay, and here I want to give you very actionable steps so you can, take this and start working on that digital, cutting edge digital business. So number one, remember, be very strategic. Okay, so get very clear on your goals, get very clear on your mission and vision. And now think about, how do you want to be perceived? So when you're online, when you're interacting, when you're doing videos, audios, when you're posting, how do you want to be perceived? Okay, because you can decide this. So every time you post, before you post, think about two things. One is, how do I want to be perceived when I write this post, when I do this video, when I do this podcast? And is this going to get me closer to my goal? Okay, to my next goal, to my big goal, to my vision? Does it make sense within my strategy? Okay, so again, don't do things randomly. It doesn't mean that you can't be spontaneous. We are humans, of course we can be spontaneous, but when it comes to building a cutting-edge digital business, you need to be very strategic, or most of the time. Now, number two, and this is something many people don't do, and you're missing out on free exposure, okay, free marketing, if you like. So optimize your social media profiles. Whatever social media platform you're using, make it consistent. So use the same photo everywhere and the same banners or colors or branding, visual branding everywhere. Okay, so you become recognizable. So if you're trying to become the go-to expert, the leader, the person who has the right product, the right service, okay, you're building authority, people need to be able to recognize you immediately. And if you have random photos everywhere, people are just not going to recognize you, okay? So one, have obviously updated headshot. Okay, that is very important. And 2, because you are a personal brand and you are the face of your brand, you need to be using the same imagery everywhere. Okay, now that doesn't mean that you have to use the same imagery forever. You can change it every 3 months, every 6 months, it depends. But every time you change one, just change all of them. Okay, you need to be very, very consistent in every sense, but imagery is very important. Now also optimize, which means like make it consistent. Your one-liner, what is your intro? There's many different ways of doing this, but when you change one on one platform, change all the others also, unless you're trying to do different things on different platforms, but that's a bit more complex, and I wouldn't actually suggest you do that at the beginning. Okay, and again, your cover photos on most social media platforms are like a billboard. Okay, and it's free exposure, it's free publicity, so make good use of it. Okay, so maybe instead of having a picture of a whatever landscape or whatever, if you're trying to build a digital business, use that cover photo strategically, to lead people somewhere, take them somewhere, take them to your email list, or take them to your Facebook group, or take them to your Discord group, whatever it is, but make it also strategic. Now, one thing that consumers today are craving is they want to work with digital businesses that share their values. This is terribly important. So share your values. Even if you think it doesn't make sense, try to find a way to speak. Okay, remember those stories, storytelling. Try to bring your core values. What do you stand for into your posts, your videos, your podcasts? Okay, so what are your core values? What do you stand for? What makes you get up every morning? Because you will find your tribe there. Your audience is going to be people who not only resonate with your personality and who need your product or service or want your product or service, but very importantly, people who resonate with your values, people who resonate with your beliefs, and people who resonate with your likes, your activities, your hobbies. You are going to be able to build a community, a tribe around those. Okay, so always remember to show them, write about them, and speak about them any chance you get, really. And now number 4 is terribly important, terribly important. Build relationships, but do it from the heart, without a hidden agenda. Okay, connect to people, show interest in people, ask them, how can I help you? What do you struggle with? Listen, maybe I can, lend you a hand. Connect, network, and help. And amazing things will come out of that. Okay, but do it without any hidden agendas. Okay, just build real relationships. Don't be icky, don't be fake, be legit. When you send a friend request, make a point to get to know that person. Okay, show interest in them. Okay, and that is probably one of the best pieces of advice I can give you. You can definitely grow a business when you build relationships. You will stay motivated because you'll have amazing people around you who inspire you and keep you on track. And also, being an entrepreneur can be very lonely. So you want to have that network around you, that circle. I call it my circle of trust. It's amazing people I have around me, and I never feel lonely, because although I might be working alone, although now I have a team, but for many years I was working alone, or maybe I did have help, but we were working remotely, and you can feel lonely. But when you have a network, when you have your circle, your community, your group, you will never feel lonely, and there will be plenty of opportunities for collaboration, as long as you do it the right way. Okay, so don't overlook this, because this is terribly important. And now these are just a few don'ts. Okay, I've told you what to do now. Told you what to do, that sounds terrible. I've suggested what you could do. And now I'm going to share what you shouldn't be doing, because it would it will harm your digital business. So please don't post randomly. I mean, of course you can on your personal profiles, of course, I mean, obviously, but whenever it comes to your business, be strategic, okay? Now be very mindful of what you post and never post something that is going to harm your personal brand. So let's just, make it very easy to understand. If I am saying I have these certain core values, and then I post something that goes against those core values, well, that's just not coherent, okay? It's not congruent, and people are going to notice, they're going to realize. Now, never treat others rudely. And I know this is like, a given, we all know this, but online, because there's that, sense of being anonymous, sometimes people can be very mean. Don't go there, okay? Don't go there. There are trolls, yes, there are, but just try to always remember that every single interaction online is going to be there, and it's part of your brand. It's part of your digital business. So don't do anything that is going to harm your business, okay? And there are ways you can deal with things like that, okay? And something to help you is always think before you post, before you answer, before you reply. Maybe you're very heated because you've read something. Just think before you post and think, how would it feel if I saw this content, this comment, this photo, this video in 5 years' time? And that should give you like the space, the wiggle space, to know whether you should be doing it or not. Okay, and I hope this helps. I really hope this helps. And I can't wait to hear what you've been able to achieve and accomplish after implementing these steps. So just to wrap up, these are the main points we've covered. The world is online, and a digital business is a fantastic, fantastic way of life, but you need to know how to build it properly from day one so that you don't struggle, so that you don't burn out, and so that it's successful. Now, you need to be very mindful about your personal brand and your online presence. Be very strategic, be consistent, share valuable content, and build real relationships. Share your values, your beliefs, and your interests. Use visibility, because there's no way you're going to be able to build a business without using visibility, without showing up and being there, and letting people know where to find you. And connect, no hidden agendas, just connect and be of help. So having said that, thank you so much for being on this session. I'm happy to answer any of your questions, and please feel free to connect either at Melanie Falvey or Expert Channel TV. It's been such a pleasure. Thank you so much for inviting me, being part of this conference. It's such an honor, and I just can't wait to hear your results. Bye for now. Thank you.
Hi everyone! Do you want to win some prizes? Then be sure to be on the lookout whenever I pop in here. To join the lucky draw, all you have to do is scan the QR code and key in your answer. If you want to win this prize, answer this question. The Google search page spins when you type "do a barrel roll" in the search bar. Is this true or false? Hello everyone! Have you been absorbing all the golden information and knowledge? I'm sure you have. Well, but it's time for a break. We hope to see you after you've rested up a little bit. See you then!
10多亿人正在使用微信，人们早已习惯在微信上进行在线社交、学习与购物。 微信生态无疑是为商家提供离用户最近的线上人货场环境的理想选择。所以，小额通能做什么呢？小额通，知识产品与用户服务的数字化工具，在微信生态基础上，为每一个组织打造专属的知识服务平台，让这些组织通过知识和服务持续影响他们的客户、伙伴和员工，同时还能以数字化的方式，从品牌营销、商业变现和用户管理等方面，助力商家达成在线化经营的目标。成立4年时间，现在已经有130万客户选择了小额通，创造出的收益达到110亿元，覆盖终端用户6.8亿人，让知识更有价值。
Today, when I see how far and great the IQI platform is, as a technologist, it's a lifetime opportunity. The idea was to create a platform that helps people to grow. And today, IQI is the platform that connects buyers, sellers, and agents with the magic of mobile, cloud, AI, and data. IQI is the destination to make your dreams come true.
I bet you've seen a lot of companies pledging to go net zero by 2030 or to reach carbon neutrality. But what is carbon neutrality? Think of it as a scale with carbon dioxide emissions weighing on one side generated by the factories, transportation, energy production, and more. On the other side of the scale, we have reduction via tree planting initiatives and the carbon capture technology. Scientists have warned that we must reach net zero emissions by 2050 to avert climate chaos. Countries and companies have come together to pave the way for this goal to come true. It is easy to neglect with the goal being so far away, but remember, the livelihood of ourselves and our species depends on it. At IQI, we have announced and pledged to achieve net zero emissions by 2030, achieving this goal by reducing our emissions impacts as well as other initiatives to reduce carbon.
Terms of furnishing, because what you can see here is what you get. All right.
Vietnam, the poster child of economic miracles in Southeast Asia, making headlines worldwide. Today, this Asian country is known for its popular tourist destinations, historical sites, deliciously healthy cuisine, and meteorical economic rise, which is why we say you should invest in Vietnam. But before we dive into details, let's look into the country's profile. Vietnam is a socialist state governed by the Communist Party of Vietnam. The capital city is Hanoi, but the largest city is Ho Chi Minh. Vietnam is the largest producer of cashew nuts and black pepper and the second largest producer of coffee. Fun fact, Vietnam is consistently voted as the cheapest country to travel in Southeast Asia. Fascinating, right? Moving on, reason number one to venture into Vietnam is the strategic location. Vietnam is close to major cities and emerging economies in Asia as well as the world's biggest market, which is China. Other than that, Vietnam has a long coastal line which is close to important shipping routes for export and import. Next, we look into Vietnam's stable and growing economy. Thanks to the 1986's Doi Moi reform, Vietnam has moved from the world's poorest nation into a lower middle income country. The economy has also shown remarkable resilience despite COVID-19. In fact, Vietnam's growth in 2020 has been one of the best in the world. To top it off, over the span of 30 years, the poverty rate has declined sharply from over 70% to below 6%. The backbone of Vietnam's healthy economy is its supportive government policies to spare foreign investment. For example, most industries in Vietnam allow for foreign direct investment, the setup cost is low, and Vietnam has taken part in many foreign trade agreements. Evidently, we see big names like Samsung setting up their R&D center in Vietnam. Vietnam also benefits from the China Plus One strategy used by investors to diversify their risk. Lastly, let's look into Vietnam's young and growing population. Vietnam records a population of over 97 million, which makes it the 15th largest in the world. A huge population coupled with steady economic growth means increased demand for goods. There is also potential for greater skilled workforce. This is shown from Vietnam's achievements in the PISA test, which evaluates the effectiveness of a country's education system. Vietnam also scores first in the Human Capital Index score among middle-income nations. Now that you've heard all of this, you must be very intrigued. So contact us right now and start your investment in Vietnam. You can also check out our videos at IQI Global to learn more about venturing into Vietnam's real estate market.
Every 40 seconds, a person dies from suicide.
That's close to 800,000 people every year. While effective and proven interventions can be implemented to prevent suicide and the attempt, many still choose not to see mental health as important as physical well-being. Suicide is the second leading cause of death among 15 to 29-year-olds globally. Let us come together on this day to give importance to mental health and to be there beyond a simple, "How are you?" Always communicate effectively with your colleagues, friends, and loved ones. You may never know. The one who smiles the most may be suffering more within. Each human is unique in how they deal with internal and external challenges. But one thing is clear, no matter how tough you are, we all need care and compassion. Show those around you that seeking medical attention for mental health is perfectly normal and crucial. Remember, let them know that you are there for them.
I am with you. I'm with you.
I'm with you.
I am with you.
I wish. If only I could have. If only I knew then what I know now. Regret is a terrible thing to have. The key in life to feeling fulfilled is to make sure that all your actions are actions of intentionality. This intentionality will allow you to reach your dreams. Now, the key word is the word reach. I challenge you. Dare to dream big, but make sure that your actions match your aspirations.
One is greater than zero. This is a concept that I always live by. People who want to build personal brand always ask me this: how do I get to 100,000 followers? How do I get more people to buy my product? Well, I often tell them this: those people who have built a successful personal brand have gone through a time when no people actually watch their video. Everybody starts from zero, but you always gotta understand this: one is greater than zero. For all the video that you have started building when they have not many views, you only need to have one view, the right view, who actually is the person of influence, who likes your content and share it, then you reach more people. So always understand this: when you produce content day in, day out, every single day, you are actually targeting to just influence one person, because one is greater than zero. You don't build a wall by actually building a wall. You build a wall by laying the brick in a nice position, one brick by a brick at a time, then you have a wall. Same things go for building a personal brand. You don't jump out and build a personal brand that have 100,000 followers overnight, but you produce content day in and day out, and accumulatively like getting people who actually like and follow your content every single day, then you have a strong personal brand. This is the concept that I live by. I hope that this can actually give you the right mindset while you're building a personal brand. Thank you.
huge island, massive opportunity. Australia is turning investors' heads for all the right reasons. So, why invest in Australia? But first, a quick trivia. Stunning coastline, sunny weather with adorable mammals. Australia is the 6th largest country in the world and the 12th biggest economy. All these while the country has 3 times more sheep than its people. How awesome is that? Now, let's move on to the main part of this video. What makes Australia so attractive to investors? Number 1, the strong and resilient economy. Australia benefits from its rich natural resources, proximity to Asian powerhouses, and its network of free trade agreements. But what sets Australia apart from many is how prepared it is against crisis. When countries sunk in the 2008 financial crisis, Australia surfed unharmed. Recession? Only 3 decades ago. In 2020, Australia's COVID-19 response made for headlines, the good ones. So, if you're looking for a stable and low-risk destination for investment, Australia has that one checked. Number 2, Australia's dynamic industries offer ample opportunities to investors. The country is a significant exporter of resource and energy, agribusiness, financial services, education, and tourism. For example, Australia is one of the top 3 exporters of resource and energy and boasts the 3rd largest number of foreign students in its world-class tertiary education. 3rd reason to invest in Australia? Its people. The Wi-Fi, ultrasound, black box flight recorder. Australians are the brains behind some of the most groundbreaking technologies. And today, vibrant startup scene. A magnet for global talents, the Australian workforce is highly diverse and multilingual, ranking 8th in the 2020 United Nations Human Development Index. Lastly, and we think this is the crux to the country's success, Australia has laid a strong foundation for investors. The good governance, a business-friendly environment, strong entrepreneurial spirit, and have we mentioned the coast and the sun? People just love living here. There's that laid-back lifestyle that makes it a global drawcard to expatriates. So, interested yet? Start your investment in Australia with us at IQI Global today. For more info on the Australian real estate market, you can have a look at the video above.
什么？要跳出舒适圈才可以成功？那是以前你一直在听别人讲的。跳出舒适圈非常的辛苦，非常的痛苦，而且你要动用很多的能量。为什么要跳出来呢？各位，舒适圈代表着你现在做的事情非常的舒服。那为什么我们不去思考扩大舒适圈呢？以前我觉得运动非常的困难，在这个 MCO 里面呢，我尝试做了一个改变，每天跑一下步，每天运动一下。那累积下来3个月过后，我从开始的500公尺到现在可以跑8公里。后来我发现到，今天如果我没有去运动的话，那我就处在于一个不舒适的环境里面。从本来做运动是很痛苦的，到现在不做运动是非常痛苦的。各位有没有发现到，所谓的扩大舒适圈，就是把你本来不习惯的事情，逐渐的在每一天一点一滴的在改变。后来你发现到，赚2万块是你的舒适圈。后来你发现到，学习是你的舒适圈。后来你发现到，过上好的日子是你的舒适圈。你好，我是 Chen， UIQI 的集团副总裁。
If you look at the map, you can see the Philippines is spread over 7,000 islands, then broken into 3 major parts: Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. This archipelago is home to over 100 million people, making the Philippines the 13th largest country by population. Isn't that awesome? In this video, we look into the top 4 reasons to invest in the Philippines, because really, you don't want to miss it out. Number 1. The lucrative BPO market. Business process outsourcing is one of the 2 primary legs to the economy next to remittances. Computer programming, copywriting, accounting, the BPO industry covers a vast array of jobs. In fact, it contributes over $26 billion to the economy in 2019, and now around 12% of the global outsourcing market by revenue. Number 2. The excellent pool of skilled labor at a highly affordable cost. The majority of the population speaks fluent English. It is a primary language of business and commerce. Communication barrier? Non-existent. They're also very culturally aligned with North America due to their history, which results in a very flexible and adaptable workforce. Of course, the cherry on top is that the cost of employing the local talents here just makes a lot of sense. Third, the expanding infrastructure. The fractured island geography has long posed a challenge to the country. Under the ambitious Build, Build, Build project set in 2017, the government aims to decongest traffic, putting its notorious Carmageddon behind and bridging the digital and social gap between cities and rural areas. Thus, one industry to look out for is the real estate industry. And we're not just talking residential real estate. With the Philippines' BPO sector accelerating in growth, the demand for offices and commercial spaces will continue to shoot up. Most importantly, as foreign investors, contrary to a decade ago, you can enjoy various benefits and incentives from the government. So, if you are keen to begin your investment in the Philippines, get started with us today at IQI. You can also check out our video above for more ideas in investing in the Philippines real estate.
Gen Z, you're not too young for the real estate industry. Your age is an age. Here's why. First, your young face will make you stand out because we don't have that many of you yet. Second, this is your time to build good relations. You're fresh, curious, eager to learn. The clients, they love to see this. And speaking of clients, learn all the tricks up your most senior teammate's sleeve to win them over. Number 4, you have less commitment at this age, so make a lot of mistakes. They are your best teachers. We also need your social media and tech prowess because real estate marketing is moving online. And last, while you lack the professional knowledge, you pack a lot of courage. Hiccups don't stop you. So if you fancy what we've just told you, take the leap. With IQI Global, we'll show you how to land strong every single time.
现如今有10多亿人正在使用微信，人们早已习惯在微信上进行在线社交、学习与购物。微信生态无疑是为商家提供离用户最近的线上人货场环境的理想选择。所以，小额通能做什么呢？小额通，知识产品与用户服务的数字化工具，在微信生态基础上，为每一个组织打造专属的知识服务平台。让这些组织通过知识和服务持续影响他们的客户、伙伴和员工，同时还能以数字化的方式，从品牌营销、商业变现和用户管理等方面，助力商家达成在线化经营的目标。成立4年时间，现在已经有130万客户选择了小额通，创造出的收益达到110亿元，覆盖终端用户6.8亿人，让知识更有价值。
I've bet you've seen a lot of companies pledging to go net zero by 2030 or to reach carbon neutrality. But what is carbon neutrality? Think of it as a scale with carbon dioxide emissions weighing on one side generated by the factories, transportation, energy production, and more. On the other side of the scale, we have reduction via tree planting initiatives and the carbon capture technology. Scientists have warned that we must reach net zero emissions by 2050 to avert climate chaos. Countries and companies have come together to pave the way for this goal to come true. It is easy to neglect with the goal being so far away, but remember, the livelihood of ourselves and our species depends on it. At IQI, we have announced and pledged to achieve net zero emissions by 2030, achieving this goal by reducing our emissions impacts as well as other initiatives to reduce carbon.
terms of furnishing, because what you can see here is what you get. All right.
Vietnam, the poster child of economic miracles in Southeast Asia, making headlines worldwide. Today, this Asian country is known for its popular tourist destinations, historical sites, deliciously healthy cuisine, and meteorical economic rise, which is why we say you should invest in Vietnam. But before we dive into details, let's look into the country's profile. Vietnam is a socialist state governed by the Communist Party of Vietnam. The capital city is Hanoi, but the largest city is Ho Chi Minh. Vietnam is the largest producer of cashew nuts and black pepper and the second largest producer of coffee. Fun fact, Vietnam is consistently voted as the cheapest country to travel in Southeast Asia. Fascinating, right? Moving on, reason number one to venture into Vietnam is the strategic location. Vietnam is close to major cities and emerging economies in Asia as well as the world's biggest market, which is China. Other than that, Vietnam has a long coastal line which is close to important shipping routes for export and import. Next, we look into Vietnam's stable and growing economy. Thanks to the 1986's Doi Moi reform, Vietnam has moved from the world's poorest nation into a lower middle income country. The economy has also shown remarkable resilience despite COVID-19. In fact, Vietnam's growth in 2020 has been one of the best in the world. To top it off, over the span of 30 years, the poverty rate has declined sharply from over 70% to below 6%. The backbone of Vietnam's healthy economy is its supportive government policies to spare foreign investment. For example, most industries in Vietnam allow for foreign direct investment. The setup cost is low and Vietnam has taken part in many foreign trade agreements. Evidently, we see big names like Samsung setting up their R&D center in Vietnam. Vietnam also benefits from the China Plus One strategy used by investors to diversify their risk. Lastly, let's look into Vietnam's young and growing population. Vietnam records a population of over 97 million. Which makes it the 15th largest in the world. A huge population coupled with steady economic growth means increased demand for goods. There is also potential for greater skilled workforce. This is shown from Vietnam's achievements in the PISA test, which evaluates the effectiveness of a country's education system. Vietnam also scores first in the Human Capital Index score among middle-income nations. Now that you've heard all of this, you must be very intrigued. So contact us right now and start your investment in Vietnam. You can also check out our videos at IQI Global to learn more about venturing into Vietnam's real estate market.
Every 40 seconds, a person dies from suicide. That's close to 800,000 people every year. While effective and proven interventions can be implemented to prevent suicide and the attempt, many still choose not to see mental health as important as physical well-being. Suicide is the second leading cause of death among 15 to 29-year-olds globally. Let us come together on this day to give importance to mental health and to be there beyond a simple, "How are you?" Always communicate effectively with your colleagues, friends, and loved ones. You may never know. The one who smiles the most may be suffering more within. Each human is unique in how they deal with internal and external challenges. But one thing is clear, no matter how tough you are, we all need care and compassion. Show those around you that seeking medical attention for mental health is perfectly normal and crucial. Remember, let them know that you are there for them.
I am with you. I'm with you. I'm with you.
I am with you.
I wish. If only I could have. If only I knew then what I know now. Regret is a terrible thing to have. The key in life to feeling fulfilled is to make sure that all your actions are actions of intentionality. This intentionality will allow you to reach your dreams. Now, the key word is the word reach. I challenge you. Dare to dream big, but make sure that your actions match your aspirations.
One is greater than zero. This is a concept that I always live by. People who want to build personal brand always ask me this: how do I get to 100,000 followers? How do I get more people to buy my product? Well, I often tell them this: those people who have built a successful personal brand have gone through a time when no people actually watch their video. Everybody starts from zero, but you always gotta understand this: one is greater than zero. For all the video that you have started building when they have not many views, you only need to have one view, the right view, who actually is the person of influence, who likes your content and share it, then you reach more people. So always understand this: when you produce content day in, day in and day out, every single day, you are actually targeting to just influence one person, because one is greater than zero. You don't build a wall by actually building a wall. You build a wall by laying the brick in a nice position, one brick by a brick at a time, then you have a wall. Same things go for building a personal brand. You don't jump out and build a personal brand that have 100,000 followers overnight, but you produce content day in and day out, and accumulatively, like getting people who actually like and follow your content every single day, then you have a strong personal brand. This is the concept that I live by. I hope that this can actually give you the right mindset while you're building a personal brand. Thank you.
Huge island, massive opportunity. Australia is turning investors' heads for all the right reasons. So, why invest in Australia? But first, a quick trivia. Stunning coastline, sunny weather with adorable mammals. Australia is the 6th largest country in the world and the 12th biggest economy. All these while the country has 3 times more sheep than its people. How awesome is that? Now, let's move on to the main part of this video. What makes Australia so attractive to investors? Number 1, the strong and resilient economy. Australia benefits from its rich natural resources, proximity to Asian powerhouses, and its network of free trade agreements. But what sets Australia apart from many is how prepared it is against crisis. When countries sunk in the 2008 financial crisis, Australia surfed unharmed. Recession? Only 3 decades ago. In 2020, Australia's COVID-19 response made for headlines, the good ones. So, if you're looking for a stable and low-risk destination for investment, Australia has that one checked. Number 2, Australia's dynamic industries offer ample opportunities to investors. The country is a significant exporter of resource and energy, agribusiness, financial services, education, and tourism. For example, Australia is one of the top 3 exporters of resource and energy and boasts the 3rd largest number of foreign students in its world-class tertiary education. Third reason to invest in Australia? Its people. The Wi-Fi, ultrasound, black box flight recorder. Australians are the brains behind some of the most groundbreaking technologies. And today, vibrant startup scene. A magnet for global talents, the Australian workforce is highly diverse and multilingual, ranking 8th in the 2020 United Nations Human Development Index. Lastly, and we think this is the crux to the country's success, Australia has laid a strong foundation for investors. The good governance, a business-friendly environment, strong entrepreneurial spirit, and have we mentioned the coast and the sun? People just love living here. There's that laid-back lifestyle that makes it a global drawcard to expatriates. So, interested yet? Start your investment in Australia with us at IQI Global today. For more info on the Australian real estate market, you can have a look at the video above.
什么？要跳出舒适圈才可以成功？那是以前你一直在听别人讲的。跳出舒适圈非常的辛苦，非常的痛苦，而且你要动用很多的能量。为什么要跳出来呢？各位，舒适圈代表着你现在做的事情非常的舒服。那为什么我们不去思考扩大舒适圈呢？以前我觉得运动非常的困难，在这个 MCO 里面呢，我尝试做了一个改变，每天跑一下步，每天运动一下。那累积下来3个月过后，我从开始的500公尺到现在可以跑8公里。后来我发现到，今天如果我没有去运动的话，那我就处在于一个不舒适的环境里面。从本来做运动是很痛苦的，到现在不做运动是非常痛苦的。各位有没有发现到，所谓的扩大舒适圈，就是把你本来不习惯的事情，逐渐的在每一天一点一滴的在改变。后来你发现到，赚2万块是你的舒适圈。后来你发现到，学习是你的舒适圈。后来你发现到，过上好的日子是你的舒适圈。你好，我是 Chen， IQI 的集团副总裁。
If you look at the map, you can see the Philippines is spread over 7,000 islands, then broken into 3 major parts: Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. This archipelago is home to over 100 million people, making the Philippines the 13th largest country by population. Isn't that awesome? In this video, we look into the top 4 reasons to invest in the Philippines, because really, you don't want to miss it out. Number 1. The lucrative BPO market. Business process outsourcing is one of the 2 primary legs to the economy next to remittances. Computer programming, copywriting, accounting, the BPO industry covers a vast array of jobs. In fact, it contributes over 26 billion to the economy in 2019, and now around 12% of the global outsourcing market by revenue. Number 2. The excellent pool of skilled labor at a highly affordable cost. The majority of the population speaks fluent English. It is a primary language of business and commerce. Communication barrier? Non-existent. They're also very culturally aligned with North America due to their history, which results in a very flexible and adaptable workforce. Of course, the cherry on top is that the cost of employing the local talents here just makes a lot of sense. Third, the expanding infrastructure. The fractured island geography has long posed a challenge to the country. Under the ambitious Build, Build, Build project set in 2017, the government aims to decongest traffic, putting its notorious Carmageddon behind and bridging the digital and social gap between cities and rural areas. Thus, one industry to look out for is the real estate industry. And we're not just talking residential real estate. With the Philippines' BPO sector accelerating in growth, the demand for offices and commercial spaces will continue to shoot up. Most importantly, as foreign investors, contrary to a decade ago, you can enjoy various benefits and incentives from the government. So, if you're keen to begin your investment in the Philippines, get started with us today at IQI. You can also check out our video above for more ideas in investing in the Philippines real estate.
Gen Z, you're not too young for the real estate industry. Your age is an age. Here's why. First, your young face will make you stand out because we don't have that many of you yet. Second, this is your time to build good relations. You're fresh, curious, eager to learn. The clients, they love to see this. And speaking of clients, learn all the tricks up your most senior teammate's sleeve to win them over. Number 4, you have less commitment at this age, so make a lot of mistakes. They are your best teachers. We also need your social media and tech prowess because real estate marketing is moving online. And last, while you lack the professional knowledge, you pack a lot of courage. Hiccups don't stop you. So if you fancy what we've just told you, take the leap. With IQI Global, we'll show you how to land strong every single time.
现如今有10多亿人正在使用微信，人们早已习惯在微信上进行在线社交、学习与购物。微信生态无疑是为商家提供离用户最近的线上人货场环境的理想选择。所以，小额通能做什么呢？小额通，知识产品与用户服务的数字化工具，在微信生态基础上，为每一个组织打造专属的知识服务平台，让这些组织通过知识和服务持续影响他们的客户、伙伴和员工，同时还能以数字化的方式，从品牌营销、商业变现和用户管理等方面，助力商家达成在线化经营的目标。成立4年时间，现在已经有130万客户选择了小额通，创造出的收益达到110亿元，覆盖终端用户6.8亿人，让知识更有价值。
It's me again, your host. Did you enjoy your little break? I hope you did. Now, are you ready to continue on the journey towards empowerment? Yes, let's continue. Hello again. You know what to do if you want to win this prize. Scan the QR code and answer this question. All 10 of the skills on LinkedIn's most in-demand hard skills are related to technology. Is this true or false? Good luck, and I'll see you in the next one.
My name is Penny Sue, and I am a brand strategist coming to you from Auckland, New Zealand. I am very lucky and happy to be here as one of the speakers for ADAPT Convention 2021. So my topic today is 4 bias psychology you need to know about your clients. So I am going to share with you a very quick presentation on why it's so important for you to understand the 4 types of bias psychology in your marketing, in your messaging, and so that you can communicate your brand messaging and to your ideal clients, to your target market. So okay, awesome. So the 4 bias psychology to attract clients consistently. So this is something that is not commonly used or commonly done in a lot of by a lot of brands in their messaging to their clients, to their customers. So this is what I'm going to talk about, and I hope you're going to enjoy this. So a very quick intro. My name, as I mentioned before, is Penny Sue, and I'm a brand and messaging strategist. So I work with a lot of service providers and as a consultant to their messaging and also their brand strategy. And I have been featured on Forbes, Thrive Global, and the Goodman project. So one of the things that has happened in the last 12 months, the market has changed significantly. And because of that, we want different things, right? We want different things than we used to before, and so do your clients. This is why we actually need to understand bias psychology, because when we understand bias psychology, we understand their behavior, the buyer behavior and the spending behavior, and also the market trends, right? So in 2020, we've seen a huge shift in the way we spend money because our lives have changed dramatically, right? So as we know, in the last 20 months, it has been very different from anything we have done before, right? We couldn't go travel, shops, businesses weren't able to operate as they normally would. So that has changed a lot on our priorities, what we view as priority or not, right? Also changed. So it has totally changed the market trend and also the spending behaviors. So we're going to start by looking at the 4 types of bias psychology, right? So why it's important to understand this, right? Our brain wants to burn less calories, and our buying decision are 95% emotional, right? And this is all influenced by our confirmation biases and cognitive dissonance. And also because another thing that really affects our buying is our cognitive fluency. We prefer things that are not only familiar but also easy to understand. So over here we look into 4 types of profiles, 4 types of bias psychology. The first one is logical bias. Second is emotional bias. Third is agreeable bias. And the 4th, driven bias. I'm gonna talk more in depth about each of these profiles and how they are and what it means and how to communicate with them in your messaging, the way you sell to them. So messaging in the sense of could be on your the content on your website, or how you approach them, or in the emails, or the content that you share online, which is one of the biggest driver of our marketing and sales. So we start with looking at the logical buyers, right? Logical buyers, who are they? These are the people who values driven by processes, logic, numbers, clarity. And this is why if you want to speak to logical buyers, you have to be clear on what you sell and how it works for them, right? Because they are without any of that, that will cause cognitive dissonance in them. So they want to know how it works, and they are very outcome driven. So you have to prove the validity of your claim. So if you were to say that your product works in a certain way, you have to prove it because they are very logical. And also you have to repeat yourself very often about the processes, because they care about all this process so that it makes logical sense in your brains, right? Because they are all about the processes and numbers and logic, right? These are usually highly likely men, not exclusively, but as I said before, we are all emotional buyers. So some people have a tendency of two overlapping profiles. They could be, depends on what things we are buying, right? Very often, if you are buying something like a computer, maybe this is, this will really shape how we make those decisions, right? And also, the next type I will talk about, the second profile, is the emotional buyer, right? These are the people that are the complete opposite from the logical buyers. They are not motivated by statistics or details, and they care about how they feel about themselves, right? Because they want the connection, and they respond psychologically to visual elements, to stories. And these are the people, because they want connection. They're not motivated by the details. They want to spend time developing a rapport with you. So this could be customers that you need more time to nurture, whether through your email marketing, your social media marketing, or someone who actually takes more time. So these are emotional buying is also often seen in when someone purchase something like a holiday, right? That's more of an emotional buy or emotional purchase. So then, and a lot of women tend to be emotional buyers, because when they buy something, they are driven by how it makes them feel, right? If that makes them feel more confident, makes them feel more beautiful, makes them feel more powerful. And the next type, I would say, these are called the agreeable buyers. These are the people who also similar to the emotional buyers, right? They need time. This is why you don't rush them, and you have to have consistent messaging through your marketing. And what they crave to be heard, and they want to be, and they need space, right? So they are not the type that you can just approach and tell them, hey, this product is so good, and would you want it, right? They need space. So how they communicate and how you can communicate and also shorten the gap with them. So you need to talk about the benefits of your services to them and their team, right? And you need to be really good listeners for them, because they want to be heard, right? So you need to make sure that it's not only that you're talking about your product, but you really listen to their needs. The next type is the driven buyer, right? These are people who are very driven. They are usually successful or very decisive people. They know what they want. That's why no small talk. Not a whole lot of storytelling, because they already bypass that, right? They know what they want, and they want to make the decisions fast. And they're very result oriented, and because of that, right, they make sure that they are also action takers. So they are very driven, so they know what they want it, and they go and get it, right? So in terms of your messaging, your brand messaging to these people, it's very important that you remember that you focus on the big vision and desires, and not the details, because they are beyond that, right? These are usually people who have maybe more experience. Sometimes it could be they're more experienced in what they do, or in the business, or they really are very familiar with that product. They have, and the content to talk to these people, whether it's in the copy of your ads, right? It has to be brief, it has to be concise and to the point, and you have to use active language to talk to these people, to appeal to these people. And these are the best type of people to work. If you are someone, if you are a coach or consultant, these are the best people to work with, because they are usually what we call high ticket clients. They want results fast. So I have mentioned a lot before that in my work about nocebo effect, which is the complete opposite of the placebo effect. So for these people, the nocebo effect, what it does is that people are being shown that we talk about negativity until they it disables them from making decisions. So these people are not driven by the pain, right? They're driven by desire. So inducing nocebo effect on them wouldn't work. So if you don't understand this is why if you don't understand buying behavior, you won't understand the psychology, right? So if you don't understand how they behave, right, then you don't understand how they make this decision, how they what influences their buying psychology, right, buying decisions. And the next thing to know, and a few other things to know about influencing purchasing decisions, right? So things to know about is hang on, I'm just gonna move this here. Yeah. Things to know about influencing purchasing decision. So there are a couple of things you need to bear in mind. That will be emotions, motivation, trust. These are very important, and cognitive fluency, aka simplicity. Like I mentioned before, our brains want to burn less calories. So something that is easy to understand, something that people can, they get from the first time how it works, how it benefits them, right? This will actually influence how fast they will make that purchasing decision. As a simple tip here, if your business, if you are a type of business that you have to send quotations, right, to your customers, make sure that you make it as simple as possible in your quotation. Let's say if you are a company that sells a lot of technical products, like software, make sure those descriptions are as simple as possible without a lot of specifications, because usually people get very overwhelmed by the details most of the times, right? And this is why it causes them to make the whole decision-making process a bit longer. And another thing that influences purchasing decision is, of course, FOMO, fear of missing out, right? And virality. If something is popular, people are fearful that they're gonna miss out. And the other thing, the other factor is contagious, right? So if it's viral, if let's say your friend buys something, you want to buy it as well, because we all feel that if someone buys something and it's so good, we don't want to miss out on that. So the next thing, right, I want to talk about is the psychology hacks that brand uses to influence buying decision. You will probably see a lot of ads, right? That they use social proof, emotions, because people don't really know why they like something. They just know they like something. Cognitive fluency, which I've mentioned before, because your brain wants to make decisions fast, and because customers usually buy from brands they have used before, right? Pricing, they always, it's a common thing that people perceive a higher price product is actually a better quality product, although often it may not be true, or sometimes it may not be true. You know, something that are not priced too high could also be very high quality, but when something is priced too low, people get suspicious of the pricing, of the quality. And the next thing I mentioned, the fear of losing over fear of winning, right? And the FOMO, making decisions with their biases, and schemas. Schemas are like how you have a certain few words that are actually have the same theme. So these are things that you could actually influence buying decision in your messaging. So wrapping this up, the most important thing that what you need to understand most about your clients, right? So you need to, before you can go out with the right messaging, to whether it's in your copy, in your email marketing, or your social media marketing, first you need to know how. So before you even write the content to this target audience, you need to know how they think, by understanding what they value, which actually determines what they buy and what they aspire to be, right? And as when we are talking about the core value, this is very important and something that people don't talk enough about, or not talk enough about in marketing. The core value of a person usually determines what they want to be. For instance, for someone, they aspire to be a great mom, or a core value for them is freedom, or wealth, or impact, right? So these are all values that would actually anchor how they make their decisions. So for instance, someone who values freedom, their purchasing decisions are all gonna be influenced by that core value of freedom, right? And we need to hone into their buying behaviors and motivations, because this tells us, how to talk to them, how to speak to them. And as I mentioned before, right, always sell the inspiration, not fear. This is usually because when you are using fear tactics, usually it stops them from taking action because of the nocebo effect, right? So in marketing, in your messaging, right, you need to evoke the right emotions with uplifting language, right? With the right uplifting language to give them hope, to feel that they are doing something right. So when you speak to their emotions, you actually occupy a space in their subconscious mind, because that's where we make 95% of our buying decisions are made in our subconscious mind. So when you do all that, right, you understand, when you look into the way they feel, their psychology, their buying behavior, the buyer psychology, you will simplify the decision making process and convert them as clients. So yes, that's my presentation for today. So it has been great to be here today speaking to all of you, and if you want to get in touch with me, if you are a service provider, a coach, or consultant, or strategist, you can connect with me on LinkedIn. If you search for me, my name is Penny Sue, and yeah, if you have any needs, I work on your messaging, on your content, get in touch with me, and I would love to have a chat with you guys. So thank you for having me, and I have really enjoyed my opportunity here as one of the speakers for Adapt Convention 2021.
Hello， 大家好，我是 Axly Tham， 我是 one of the head of team in July IQI。首先非常感谢 Adapt International Convention 2021的这个邀请，让我今天可以在这边为大家分享这一个主题，一切从 Y 开始。我相信每一个人都有一个这样的经历，我很想要做一样事情的时候，但我们会很容易被当中过程遇到的一些挫折、遇到的一些问题而打败了我们，而并没有把事情的完成下去，甚至乎有人在做一些事情的时候严重下来，还会感觉到哎呦自己能力不足，感觉到自己的人生也没有了什么希望，甚至乎会开始觉得生活变得麻木了。想要努力，想要改变，可以吗？可以。我努力了一下，但很快我们就会被现实而打败了。为什么呢？因为我们在做事情的时候还没有找到自己的 why。所以今天我会想要为这边分享这个主题，一切从 why 开始。我个人觉得我们人在做每一样事情的时候，那一股动力，那个 why， 那个为什么要做是很重要。因为一旦当我把一个事情而知道为什么要做的时候，我做的会事半功倍。我相信很多人应该也看过一个这样的故事吧。这个故事就有说到一个富翁还有一个渔夫。就有一天呢，那这个富翁呢就跟他的孩子跟家人就去到一个岛屿上旅行。那他就看到有一个渔夫回来，然后就跟他的闲聊了2句。他就问到了渔夫，今天这么早就收工，收获蛮多吧？渔夫就说到，没有啊，我补了一点点，足够了我今天的生活就好啦。那我可以用以下的时间来做自己喜欢的东西。然后富翁当个时候就好奇的说道，那为什么那么早你就可以收工了？那为什么不利用更多的时间呢，去捕更多的鱼？那当个时候渔夫就问道，我为什么要捕更多的鱼呢？是为了什么呢？富翁就说，当你捕更多的鱼的时候，你就可以有钱，可以买更多的船啊。当你买更多的船的时候，你就可以开始创造了更多的被动性收入啊。开始创造了被动性收入的时候，你就会有更多的时间可以陪伴着你家人啊，晒晒太阳啊，做一些你喜欢你 enjoy 的东西呀。那渔夫就这样的回答了，我现在也是在做这一个东西哈，那为什么我要那么努力才做回我现在做的东西呢？我相信很多人都听过一个这样的故事吧。在每一个人的人生都是充满选择，很多人我们都选择了一样东西，叫做什么呢？知足常乐，平凡就好，对吧？可是我觉得这是大部分的人给予我们不想努力的一个借口。为什么呢？因为我们都会习惯就按在一个 comfort zone， 因为不努力才是最舒服。然后我们就告诉自己说，我平凡，我并没有出生在一个很有钱的家庭当中。那其实今天你问我过着哪一种生活都没有问题的，因为这完全是你的选择。比如说渔夫的生活，他是活在当下，每一天做着日复一日的东西。可是他能不能这样一辈子呢？我个人认为现实是不可能存在的。 因为在我们现实当中不可能一辈子的稳定，拥有一天可能这一片海域的鱼量已经开始少了，那他的收入会变少。如果有一天他可能孩子需要去上大学呢，他家人需要用到一笔资金的时候呢，所以他选择的一种生活方式叫做先甜后苦。而富翁呢，他却选择了什么呢？他却选择了一种生活叫做先苦后甜。他开始了在他的事业王国里面非常努力的奋斗，设定了他的生意模式，设定了那个系统，让他的生意现在可以 auto run 了，变成一个系统了。那他现在有花了更多的时间，他孩子要出国读书，要旅行，什么都没有问题。今天哪一种生活方式都有，都是围绕着一个东西，就是自己选择。但你选择的时候，一切从外开始。你问过自己吗？今天为什么我选择这一个生活方式？是因为我很向往呢，还是现实逼迫的？在我的认知当中，很多人我们都是被现实逼迫我们去选择安逸。所以今天我经常所告诉我的伙伴们，我身边的一些年轻的朋友们这一番话：千万别在最可以吃苦的年龄时选择了安逸，因为你会在应该安逸的年纪时变得痛苦。因为我觉得人生本来就是公平，很多人今天他不去选择努力，他不去选择奋斗，他选择了安逸呢，是因为他不晓得为什么我要。所以今天这个主题一切从 Y 开始是这样来的。我希望我分享的这个影片可以 inspiring 到，或者是可以帮助年轻的你，可能刚出来社会，刚出来创业的一些朋友们。很多时候我们都很想买房，对吧？买车，我想要财务自由。我相信这个东西呢，应该没有多少个人是不想的，是不喜欢的。可是你想的是因为你真正内心打鼓了那股力量是你想要的吗？还是因为你看到你的朋友买房买车而你想要呢？你看到别人的生活你想要呢？如果你看到别人你想要，那股力量不大。当那股力量不大的时候，你就会开始迷茫，你就开始迷失。哦哟，别人很厉害，他有运气啦，他出生就一个有钱人的家庭，我没有运，我没有 luck， 我们开始有用这一些的一个借口。可是当这一股 why， 这股动力是来自于你心目中想要的时候，当你遇到挫折的时候，你会想尽办法，我应该怎么解决？比如说我今天要去一个工作，一个 project， 我当个时候会遇到一些挫折，我当个时候会遇到一些挑战，会遇到一些能力，可能我能力不及的，可是我需要去学习的。可是你会想尽办法的去 move on， 你会想尽办法的去学习，去寻求不同的人，而不是那么轻易的选择放弃。这就是内心那一股 why 的力量。那如果另外一旁人呢是怎么样呢？他并真的没有一股潜在的动力。我 OK 啊，我觉得现在很舒服，我又没有特别想要买房，没有想要买车，又对钱没有太渴望的一个需求 OK， 那我会建议上你一个方法，这是我经常给我自己如何为我自己在 comfort zone 的时候呢寻求我的动力。大部分的人 comfort zone 我们只有这样开始的时候，可是当你的 capacity， 当你的需求越来越大的时候，你就会感觉痛苦，对不对？Why not 趁你年轻，趁你可以吃苦的时候，把你的 comfort zone 打开，把你的 comfort zone 越拉越开，把你的 capacity， 你的容量，从以前你的容量是可以装1个 liter， 现在可以去到5个 liter， 甚至 full future 10个 liter， 100个 liter， 1000个 liter。怎么做呢？我把这称呼为叫做内在探索。当今天我开始满足了，我开始 comfort 了，或者我今天 lost， 我不晓得我自己要往哪一个 direction 的时候，我很相信一个东西叫做路是越走越清晰的。所以你一定要一个东西是什么？先走先，走了你就会越走越清晰。而边走的时候，你不断的要问自己这个问题：你有想过吗？5年后的你想要过这个什么样的生活方式？10年后的你又会过这个什么样的生活方式？不知不觉90后的朋友们，我们都已经踏入了30岁的这个年纪，对吧？这个时候已经会被 commitment， 被可能你有老婆孩子或者一系列的负担压制着你。 而不敢为你的梦想继续前进，而被迫性的选择安安稳稳就好了，我每个月定定稳稳的收入就好了，对吧？可是如果还没有到30岁，还是在年轻的你，或者你现在并没有负担的你，你有去想过吗？这些所谓的负担在你人生当中一定的到来的。所以你有没有去想过5年后、10年后的你想要让自己过着一个什么样的生活方式呢？你今天所做的行为，它不会立刻产生在你的生活上，它会产生在你5年后跟10年后上。年轻的朋友们，可能你出来社会的时候，我们都追求一个东西，叫做金钱。为什么我们会选择去追求金钱？因为金钱可以给予一个东西，叫做自由吧。我今天买一个东西不看价钱，这个东西叫做自由。我今天可以话不啰嗦，我要去旅行，我说走就走的旅行，这个叫做自由。我今天要买车，我要买什么车，我有这个权利，我有这个选择，这个叫做自由。可是来到30岁的时候，我们拥有一个东西叫做责任。拥有一天我们父母亲还会老，拥有一天我们会有孩子，必须给予教育基金啦，或者供书、教学等等的一些基本生活上的担当跟一些责任。可是你有为这做出准备吗？很多人我们并没有做出准备，因为不是我们不要想，而是我们想都不敢想。可是各位，有一些东西我们不能硬来，可是我们可以敢来。因为当你开始去幻想，你就知道我今天应该要做什么，这一股就是内心中的为什么我要做。今天如果你心目中没有那股为什么要做的话，你就算做，别人叫你做也不会有一个强大的力量。所以你一定要找你自己的为什么。这就是今天的这个主题，一切从 Y 开始。或者我以下的这个故事完成今天的这个影片。我曾经还是有看过一个报道吧，一个报告啦，就必须是一个故事了。那他有说到，在美国的一位护士，那他的职业呢是专门服务差不多2个月过后就会离开人世的一些病人。然后他呢就去做了一个调查，就访问了 more than 100个病人以上。那他就问他们，你来到了人就在世上的最后一刻，让你最感遗憾的事情，5样事情又会是什么呢？那在这个故事当中做了这个调查过后，他总结了5个点。第二个事情呢，他们都希望有勇气的选择自己想要跟向往的生活方式。第二个东西，他们都希望并没有花太多时间在工作上。第三，他们都希望有勇气的去表达自己。第四，他们都希望有更多的时间可以陪伴朋友和家人，常和他们联络。第五，他们都希望让自己获得更多的幸福感。所以今天的你，我不晓得有没有一些东西可以让你有去想想，我现在所做的东西是否跟我5年后、10年后的东西相关呢？我现在做的东西有没有让我自己有进步、有改变的空间？如果有的话，恭喜你；如果没有的话，你可以寻求内在探索。所以这个就是今天为大家分享的这个主题，一切从 Y 开始。所以祝贺在线上的朋友们，接下来你的人生、你的生活都非常拥有幸福感。大家好，我是 Axly Tham。
Hi everyone, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. My name is Tzivanakis. I am an executive coach. Throughout my career, I was blessed and lucky enough to manage more than 500 direct reports across 8 countries and lead companies to expand across the Asia Pacific region by successfully crafting the right company culture and leading people from the front. Now, with that experience, with that practical experience, as well as my academic qualifications, now as an executive coach, I help leaders and organizations build inspiring leadership from the inside out. How do I do that? I do that by offering, in what I believe, some of the most educational, transformational, and impactful coaching and training solutions. Some of my coaching and training solutions are I teach leaders and managers how to communicate simply and powerfully, how to improve leadership or executive presence, how to engage employees, how to resolve conflict, specifically unproductive conflict, how to strategically plan for the next few months, even for the next years, how to coach their team properly, team coaching, how to create high-performing culture, how to manage their employees remotely, or how to execute more effectively. I also do provide strategic career plan and development. This is not job finding, but this is rather a strategic 3-phase career plan and career development. I also offer sales training, succession planning. If you have a leader or a manager who is going to retire, how to successfully replace himself, service excellence, as well as executive board development. As an executive coach, I am a practitioner. I am not a theorist. Therefore, I deliver practical solutions based on my 15 years international experience and education and qualification, as well as in my best-in-class coaching toolkits and methodology. Today, I would like to share with you 4 amazing tips in order to engage your employees better. Now, let me ask you a question. How can you lead? How can you manage in a world that will never stop changing? As we continue to navigate the impact of COVID-19, employees, as well as managers across all industries, are really juggling personal demands while at the same time trying to keep up with work. Don't you agree that leaders in this challenging situation, leaders, managers, play a very important role in looking out for their team during these uncertain times, VUCA times, understanding unique personal circumstances of their people? Some employees, when they work from home, they have kids running around. And how also leaders in these uncertain times, how can they create the right culture? When I discuss with and train and coach executive leaders and decision makers, they share with me currently some of their most pressing challenges. Some of them, they struggle to get from vision to execution. Some of them, they don't have the leadership influence or presence to create impact within their organization in that new normal. And some of them are even searching for effective ways to develop high-performing and engaged teams. Now, all these challenges are responsible for managers feeling overwhelmed, tired, burnout, which means reduced revenue, unhappier life, feeling more stressed. Therefore, the health of a company, the health of an organization is impacted. High attrition, creating a culture of blaming, and so on and so forth. But the good news is that it does not have to be this way. As a leader, as a manager, you have solutions. And this is where situational leadership comes in place. Let me explain. One of the most challenging times and one of the most challenging situational examples I have is something we all have experienced in 2020, even until now, the pandemic. So, and that situation was a situation that none of us have dealt with it before. None of us have dealt with such a pandemic before. None of us had to quickly start to work from home. So as a manager, dealing not only with you, with your situation, but also dealing with employees, at the same time, you have to protect yourself and you have to protect your family as well. And working from home, it was very challenging. It was sometimes not only challenging on a daily basis, but sometimes it was even challenging on an hourly basis. You really have an important meeting and your kid comes to you, or something happens. So on one hand, you have employees obviously doing their job and at the same time trying to adapt to working from home. But also your employees at the same time, they were confused and some of them were even scared of this kind of situation. And we as leaders, we as managers, we found ourselves in a situation where we needed really to be comforting to the staff, to calm them down, to understand their fear, to understand their situation. But at the same time, we had to take care of ourselves. We had to take care of our families. So it was really a fine balance in managing ourselves, managing our staff, managing our family, managing people remotely, taking care of our families, and at the same time try to help our employees to feel supported and to get the job done. Because at the end of the day, we all had to get the job done. We all have to, earn money to support our families. So in terms of our career, it has been the most challenging situation that we have had to deal with. And one of the things I learned as a leader during this pandemic over the last 2 years, from a manager, from a leader point of view, is that there is no one leadership style that is better than other. And that's the key. Really, the situational leadership style is going right now to get you the best results as a manager. And what is situational leadership? Situational leadership means that managers and leaders must use different leadership styles depending on the situation. Leaders nowadays need to be adaptable. And this theory, situational leadership, was developed by Kenneth Blanchard and another guy called Paul Hersey. And their theory, their model, allows you as a leader to analyze the needs of the situation you are in and then use the most appropriate leadership style. So depending on your employees' competencies in their task areas and commitment to their tasks, your leadership style should vary from one person to another. So really as a leader, you need to be able to wear different hats. You need to be able to play different roles. You really need to be able to be like the octopus. You need to be able to adapt according to the environment and according to the person that you're dealing with. So even sometimes you may even lead the same person one way sometimes and another way other times. So a main advantage with being a situational leader is that you earn the trust of your employees. You can earn the trust of your people. Why? Because just because you are tailoring your leadership style to something they can relate to. Tailor-made leadership, situational leadership. You are really making a comfortable environment for your people. So situational leadership, in other words, allows you to access your employees on what they need and how they respond best. And here, today, I must admit that my answer today is very different compared to when I was a newly promoted manager 10 years ago. As a new leader, it was challenging, but the good news is that leadership is a little bit like a muscle. You have to train it. Leadership and situational leadership is a skill that you can learn. And by having trust and confidence in yourself and knowing that you are learning as a leader, it becomes easier. Because the first person that you need to lead is you. And situational leadership is something that I teach in my intensive experiential program, which I call it Leading in Uncertain Times. It's a 2-day intensive program where participants are empowered as a leader to bring out the best in themselves and others by exploring the most critical success factors of strong leadership that will help them really bring people together, engage teams, and mobilize. And I strongly believe that situational leadership is currently the most effective style because it helps you as a leader, it helps you as a manager to guide conversations and to relate to your employees. If, for example, you are having a conversation with an employee who gets constructive criticism very hard, then you might want to have another more gentle approach opposed to an employee who is very to the point. And by being able to build those relationships with your people, by being adaptable, you know exactly how to relate to them. And if you can relate to your people, if you're able to adapt, you get your desired results. So normally the model of situational leadership is it's supporting, coaching, delegating, and directing. Directing is high task, low relationship. The leader here defines the role and tells people what to do. It's an approach that you use in a crisis situation. You tell people what to do, you direct them. You don't really have time to be supportive or to coach. So number one is telling, directing. The second one is coaching. In this kind of approach, decision is still with the leader, but communication is not only one way. It's a multiple way communication. You are listening to people compared to directing, which is more one way. The third module is supporting. Here in this kind of approach, in this kind of situational leadership, the leader facilitates and takes part in decisions, but controls with the follower. Okay? So you may have an experienced team. This kind of team, they don't need much direction because of their skills, but support is necessary to improve their confidence, to improve their motivation. And the last approach is delegating. Delegating is basically you're the manager, you are the leader, you delegate tasks, and the follower decides when and how the leader will be involved. Okay, so the employees, the followers, are able and willing to work on a project by themselves with little supervision, with little support. And to close my talk, final thoughts, developing situational leadership skills is difficult at the beginning. But please, as a leader, as a manager, spend time to develop those skills. As I said, leadership is just like a muscle. Every now and then, you need to train that muscle. And once you get to know your people, you know your staff, you know who they are, you know what motivates them, you will know which style suits them best. Therefore, you have a tailor-made approach to management. You have a tailor-made approach to leadership. And with my experience as a manager, as an executive leader, as well as a coach, I know that the most effective and smart leaders learn to tailor their management style according to their audience, according to their motivations, according to their personal aspirations, according to what drives them, not according to what drives you. It was all about them. If you want to achieve success, you have to give them what they want so you get what you want. Okay? And you need to understand something, that at the end of the day, leadership, it is all about taking action. It starts with you. And once you understand that, you will be able to relate to your staff, which will lead to more engaged employees, happier workplaces, increased sales, and a happier leader, a happier you. Thank you very much.
Good day, I'm Johanita, Serfontein-Schoeman, and I'm coming to you from Somerset West in Southern Africa. What a delight to spend the day with you today and to be able to talk about a very favorite topic of mine, and that is leadership. What I call e-leadership through profit will deliver sustainable teams. A little bit of my background so that you know who I am. I'm the founder and CEO of ValueNet Global, where we serve business clients, individuals, entrepreneurs, virtual teams in order to implement business development strategies. I'm a corporate facilitator and a virtual speaker for the last 4 years. I have a life and business coach background, and I'm the founder of the Apple Tree methodology that I'll tell you a little bit about today. I'm also an associate member of the Professional Speakers Association of Southern Africa, as well as Bangladesh, and very privileged to be coaching the launch professional speaker class for professional speakers Bangladesh, as well as India. I'm part of the entrepreneurial movement. I'm part of Africa Women and Innovation and Entrepreneur Forum. But most of all, I'm a mother, I'm a partner, and I am a friend on a global basis. I love being with you here today. So let's venture onto this topic for sustainable leadership. What is e-leadership? Oh my goodness. The lasting impact of COVID-19 has seen us create more and more virtual teams. The norm is now people working from home, or at least part-time from home and the office. COVID showed an increase in virtual teams. And although virtual teams was there before COVID-19, we've seen an influx in that and even more challenges for managers and leaders of those virtual teams. Some of the studies that came out of working from home during the COVID time was benefits for companies, showed statistically that access to global workforce increased by 53%. We showed an increase in productivity for companies. They showed a reduction in absenteeism, higher efficiency amongst the staff, and the companies felt that they were improved employee morale. I think it had a lot to do with people who still could work and didn't lose their job based on the fact that companies enabled them to work from home. Benefits that was recorded for employees were a better work and life balance. I know for sure that was the case for me. Flexibility, to be able to look after your family and do things in between, but flexibility to be able to work from home. And a big cost saving of 33% for many. I think as much as we saw benefits, for leaders, there were also some challenges. and some of the studies came out. There were 3 top challenges that they were dealing with. One, they saw that based on virtual teams, the team purpose was now less clear to the group. It was more about individual performance than team performance because of the isolation. A second challenge that they found was that it was task-related versus relationship-related. Relationships sort of had a backseat to task and activities, and people didn't care about the human. It was all about delivery in those challenging times. And the third challenge was poor communication. It was very difficult coordinating activities when people have different cultural backgrounds, different time zones, different continents, different circumstances at home. Some had their own private offices, some didn't. So communication was a challenge where people did not always have the technology to work from home. The need for e-leadership is not new. It is something that has been coming a long time, especially for people managing global teams or now virtual teams. And I'd like to coin the phrase e-leadership. I wish I could, but I can't. The challenge we have is that in this world, we have an overflow of information. It is definitely not more information we need, but as a leader, I feel that we need to provide more direction to our team. Now, it's difficult if you don't know what that means as a leader. We all are faced with challenges that we have no answer for or that we haven't experienced. But similarly, we all have experiences that come from our past that we can bring to this pool of staff and teams that we now have to manage. The concept of leadership and change is not new. I remember when I was growing up amongst apple orchards, the question was posed, have you ever considered the value of the seeds in an apple? Now that might sound like a trivial question, as much as the question to you is, what is your purpose as an e-leader? I believe that the lessons I learned when growing up on those farms and amongst the nature and seeing the natural cycle of things evolving and changing, what worked for me was going back to the basics. And as much as there's a lot of methods and methodologies out there, I created what I call the apple tree methodology. And today I'd like to invite you to come on a journey with me and explore that. The apple tree methodology is a 6-step sustainable growth methodology where I've taken the soil and the health of the soil. So as a leader, your number one priority would be to look at your overall health of your team. Step 2 would be to look at the seed. How are your strengths? What are your strengths? And how much do you use and operate within that? Not just you, but your team. The third step would be to look at the root system. And the root system in team development is our values, our collective values that we use when we make decisions. Step 4 is the trunk. And we're going to stand still with that for a little bit, and I'll take you on that journey because the trunk is the purpose-driven leader. Step 5 would be to look at the crown of the tree and establish our networks and see how far we reach and how wide and where do we take our produce to. And the 6th step of my methodology is to look at the fruit, which is our profit of the labor. For today's purpose, we are going to look at the trunk, and I want you to use this analogy with me of the apple tree. So as a leader, what is your purpose? It's to grow sustainable teams where everybody is aligned to their purpose, where you have a clear vision, a clear agenda, clear goals, and together you deliver on the business goals. So let's look at the trunk of a tree. The primary function of a trunk is to silently grow every day, to go upwards and outwards while it provides strength and direction, channels energy between the branches and the roots, and create connection. Similarly, as a leader, those are the three main purposes of your role as a leader. Strength and direction to the team, channel the energy up and down, and connection between the different elements. So I want to give you 5 steps, 5 things that you can consider and change your e-leadership to create more sustainable teams virtually. Step 1, communication. Clarify the means of communication in your team. Do you use WhatsApp groups, emails, tasks, reminders, project plans? What are the type of communication means that you create to the best of your ability? Communication guidelines. Are there after-hour communications? When do you expect an answer or turnaround? And be consistent, prompt, and timely, especially if you manage teams across time zones and on different continents. You have to communicate what the expectations are. The second point is create trust. What we found in virtual teams is that trust is now not built in team capacity, but on an individual level. As the leader, you are responsible for open and honest conversation, to be accessible to your team, and to make sure that you give each and every one of them personal attention. Trust is a big aspect of creating coherence on a virtual team. The third point that you can look after is clarity. Clarity of divisions of tasks within the team. Be specific about the task that you expect that individual to deliver. Reporting processes. Be clear on what needs to deliver, when, in which format, and by whom. Deadlines. Again, it comes back to that. Make sure that you're building time for time differences, continent differences, and the different response rates that your team deliver on. The fourth aspect for me is one of the most important ones, and that's support. Not all your team members will be privileged to have a support system at home. Remember, some people are introverts, some people are extroverts, and similarly, they need different energies from their teammates. You will find some people are very happy to work from home, do their job, and then spend time with their family and friends. But you might have individual team members who's isolated, who needs that interaction and do not have it as part of their virtual work experience now. Work performance will go up if you give individual virtual leadership to your team. Give them support on those days that are important, like birthdays. Suddenly, there's no cake at the office or balloon celebration or even mention of someone's birthday because you don't know about it. Make sure as the leader, you support their well-being by announcing that and celebrating that. And the fifth point is empowerment. If you want your team to be able to manage their day-to-day task without your intervention, make sure that they know what authority they have when it comes to decision making. What decisions can they make? What actions can they take? Guard them. But if you want to create a strong, sustainable team, teach your team to guard each other, to be available, to be reachable, accessible, and to implement these 5 steps. Remember when we said the purpose of the trunk is to grow every year wider and reach higher and stronger for when those inevitable changes hit us. Similarly, if you as a leader look at these rings in your tree, in your leadership style, you'll see the marks left behind of missed broken trust, of missed deadlines, of poor communication. But if you take my advice and you heed that and you implement those 5 steps, clear communication, build individual trust, clarity on every aspect, support each other, and empower your team. I promise you, sustainability will be part of your team. Remember the question, have I considered the value of the seeds in an apple? Today, with more wisdom and more experience, I've realized that the question should have been asked differently or considered differently. With the awareness I now have, I understand sustainability does not lie in the so-called seeds of one apple and one team and one individual. But long-term sustainability lies in the apples that one seed produces. You are that seed. You tend to this apple tree through all the processes and different parts that make a sustainable tree. You have the ability through e-leadership to create a team that is strong in purpose, who can withstand the challenges of changing times, and who can find the experience, the knowledge, and the support to give belonging to each and every member of your team. I'd like to invite you that if there's anything I can support you with, make contact with me. I can send you a sample of the apple tree methodology, and if you take that and implement it in your personal or business life, you will see sustainable changes. From me to you, have a festive season ahead of us, and may 2022 be a prosperous year for you in your personal life, your business, and the teams that you manage. Thank you.
Hi everyone, welcome to IQI Adapt. I'm Mandy Chen, Head of International in IQI Global based in Malaysia. Just a little bit background of myself. I have been in real estate for almost 10 years, ventured not only in the local real estate but also in international property business. I involved as a trainer and speaker for the international projects. I collaborate with global developers and connect associate partners such as mortgage broker, property management, and migration consultant across the world. Having extensive experience from global investment with the opportunity to travel around the world, helped me understand every country's investment criteria, rules and regulations when it comes to investing abroad. Hence, able to assist my clients on their requirements and diversify their investment portfolio. Well, COVID-19 has created an unprecedented opportunity to rethink technology in the built environment, especially in real estate industry. How real estate technology investments impact our global ventures? What is the options available that could benefit and enhance in global investments? How could we maximize and diversify our investment portfolio with the help of technology? Today, I'm very happy and was given the opportunity to be one of the guest speakers of IQI Adapt to share my topic, Technology Enhanced Global Venture. I would like to share my 2 cents thought in this aspect, which I will divide into 2 sectors. First, buying and selling properties. I believe nowadays, a lot of people are investing abroad for the purpose of migrations, kid educations, holiday homes, or purely investments. For people who are still searching for property, I mean whether own use or investments, there are many digital platforms on the website that are greatly support the process of searching for property, which are aligned with your requirements and wishes too. These applications often consist of a two-sided marketplace where developer or agents or seller can easily upload their property for sales. And on the other hand, buyers can efficiently stroll through the property based on their preference. Another notable piece of technology that help buyers are collective data and analytical facts to show the demographic, purchase cost, average median pricings, and rental of the particular locations or the cities. Don't you think that it made your research much more convenient and easier, especially you are not familiar with the locations or the city, or you are just the first-time investor? And all this information just at the click of your finger. With this piece of information, I would think that it's very handful and helpful when it comes to decision making. With the influence of technology in buying and selling, process will be accelerated. Property markets becomes more transparent as we speak. As market update become more digitally enabled, access to data will be expanded too. Don't you think it's great? Besides, virtual tour. I believe everyone have heard of this term for the past 2 years. It's the stimulations of an existing location and usually composed of a sequence of videos or image. Some come with 360 panoramic view of the surroundings or the properties, as well as Google Walk. I find that these tools are indeed helpful, especially with the traveling restrictions during this pandemic. Imagine, without physically travel to other countries and present yourself at the sales gallery, you are able to get a full walkthrough experience of the display show units and the surrounding of the locations. The best part is that you may watch it repeatedly at any time you want, together with your family members, without making any appointments with the agents or the developers. This approach of marketing are getting very popular in the social media and amongst the developers and the property agents. It's clear that the web and the online social networking have made real estate investments more accessible to all markets, not just locally, but worldwide. Not just based on primary of the planned projects, but to the secondary market as well. Besides, deal making can be done via an online presentations. I'll just name a few, such as Zoom, Google Meet, and StreamYard, whereby both buyers and sellers can meet together and discuss about the process and the particular properties that they intend to buy. Viewing and executing a purchase of a property remotely in another country or continent is boundless with the help of technology. In addition, some countries just adopted the e-signings and online verifications. Can you imagine that? How advancement with this technology. Just give you an example, in Dubai, the ownership title can be transferred within a day and is paperless. Everything through online. Property inspection can also be done by the agents via live video, without you personally travel all the way to do a property inspections. Embracing technology can increase the efficiency in closing process, reduce transaction time, mitigate your opportunity costs, and save your traveling budgets. Overall, the digitalizations of the transactions will indeed make investment opportunity across the country more accessible. Don't you agree with me? Second, we'll talk about property management. I'm sure a lot of people already in the process of buying a property or already bought the properties, be it now or a few years ago. And nowadays with the technology, there is increase in solutions that simplify the management of your properties. Just to give you an example, centralized data dashboard allows you to obtain insights into your property data such as gas, water, heatings, and energy usage. Often, these centralized databases are designed to work together with smart devices, i.e., your smartphone, your laptop, your computer, your iPad. Just by downloading the apps, you'll be able to access all these informations. And a lot of developers nowadays in countries like Thailand, Philippines, Cambodia, Vietnam are installing smart home systems, especially to those mid to premium projects with the intention to boost the property value and add a service to the community and the residents of their properties. And this smart home device comes with embedded sensors such as automated lighting system, shades, temperature, music, security, digital door lock, to the extent now even on the electrical usage. Just imagine that all under your control. All these devices and systems are often available as long as you have a smartphone, applications, and you can download the apps through your mobile or even in the laptop. And you can control your property remotely from any location across the country as long as you have a smartphone and an internet connection. Isn't it amazing? As such, technology focus on data and process integrations. Imagine, even though you were to invest a property in Thailand or Cambodia. As a landlord, as an owner, you may face lack of information and visibility when it comes to leasing pipeline or manage your properties. And you may not be able to fly over frequently, especially during this pandemic. Well-known developers are creating their own apps to track the payments, paying the bills, lodging issues or complaints to the management office, order food, and many more services that is included in the apps. Hence, transparency will benefit operations efficiency and strategized decision making. And this enables investors to work smarter across a greater set of opportunity globally. As I'm an investor too, I always put myself in others' shoes and think out of the box. Always here to share my experience and educate clients how to invest wisely. Together with me, I have a team of dedicated investment planners whom are able to serve you when it comes to global venture. From Asia to Europe, countries such as Thailand, Australia, Dubai, Philippines, Vietnam, Cambodia, Canada, Japan, UK, Singapore, and many more, adding to the long list of the places which we could offer one-stop solutions under our GY IQI platform. We take pride in giving the best and the most dedicated service to our clients. Not only you could invest locally now, but also expand your property portfolio to international platform. In short, be a truly global residence. After all, to invest in real estate on the other side of the world can be as easy as you thought, as those that is at your own country. For instance, some countries like Thailand and Cambodia, the investment policy for foreigners are rather friendly and straightforward. I hope my sharing today will benefit you, and should you need any advice, please feel free to contact me or scan my QR code beside to reach me. I'm Mandy. Take care and have a great year ahead. Bye-bye.
Hi, I'm Munsia Ahmed. I'm a communications specialist with over 20 years experience in teaching, writing, and editing. I'm currently working as a media content consultant at Cloud Creative. I'm thrilled to be here back again at Adapt Convention, thanks to Professional Speakers Bangladesh. Today I'll be talking about effective business writing. I hope that at the end of my presentation, you'll learn something useful that you could use in your writing, in your profession, in your business, or in your organization. So let's get started. When we are going out somewhere, we're concerned about our look, our image. We want to look decent and appropriate at our workplace. I mean, if you are a bank manager, you wouldn't turn up at your workplace wearing a swimsuit. Neither would you be wearing a suit and a tie to a beach party. So if we're giving attention to how we present ourselves when we're going out, why don't we put more thought into how we're presenting ourselves through our written communication? After all, we're presenting who we are through our words, the sentences, all that. But if we don't give enough attention to our words through our written communication, we kind of end up looking like a realtor turning up for his job in his pajamas. So, what do we need to do to look prim and proper through our writing? Be clear in your writing. When you're writing something for your organization, isn't the purpose to get your point across? I mean, what's the use of writing a proposal for hours if the readers are confused because they didn't really understand what you were writing about? It wasn't clear at all. Whereas in your head, it sounded perfectly all right. George Orwell, the famous author, had said that good writing is a window pane. So what is a window pane? It's a piece of glass. What's its purpose? For you to see through. But can you see through it if it's dirty? No. Can you see through it if there are smudges on them? You could, but your viewing experience will not be that enjoyable. If the window pane is clean, you can have the full view. In fact, you don't even notice that the window pane is there, the glass is there. So why am I talking about window pane? Well, our writing in business have to be much like the window pane. It has to be clean and clear. Our readers don't have to work hard to figure out what it is that you're trying to communicate to them. So how can we make our writing clear, like the window pane? Cut out unnecessary words. Your readers are busy. You don't want them to take more time reading things that they're not relevant. You don't have to make your writing look fancy, you just need your point to get across. Bullet points. Think about whether bullet points will make it easier to read. By listing things, will it make it easier for the readers to understand? Check out how it looks visually. Does it look cluttered? Are you using the right typeface for the document or presentation? The visual aspect of your writing will help your readers to understand things better. Think about the grammar and use sample sentences. This is pretty straightforward to understand. You have to look at whether you're making grammatical mistakes. Especially if you're writing in English, look at these words very carefully. It's versus it is, your versus you are, their versus there or they are. They all mean something else. Next, we're going to talk about how to use jargons wisely. What are jargons? According to dictionary.com, jargons are vocabularies peculiar to a particular trade, profession, or group. So if you are a lawyer, words like no contest. If you are a realtor, words like HOA. If you work in the tech industry, DNS, backend, etc. Words like these. Now you may say, hey Munsia, I've studied over the years these words, I know what they mean, I've used them in my profession. Why are you telling me not to use these jargons? Well, the thing is, you have to know when to use these jargons. You have to know your audiences, your industry. You're going to lose attention. If you're writing to your clients or your customers, they may feel confused by seeing those words. They might not understand and they might not come back to you to ask you what they mean, or they might not do the research to find out what they mean. And the point is that they shouldn't have to do that. You should make it easy for them, not more difficult. If you are writing to your colleagues in the same industry, then it's okay, go ahead, use those jargons. But if you're writing industry-specific jargons to a wider audience, your customers or clients who are not part of your industry, think about what you're writing. Explain to them what these jargons mean. What does HOA mean? What does the cloud mean? What is vertical integration? If you don't know how to explain them simply, then don't use them at all. In academic writing, we often use jargons, and sometimes we've done that ourselves when we were students to impress the teachers. But you don't need to do that in business writing. You don't need to complicate the readers because they're busy. They need to move on. They need something that's easy and simple to read for them. A sentence filled with jargons will just complicate things. It's kind of like the window pane we were talking about. If it's confusing, people don't experience the full effect of the document. Just like the window pane, you don't understand what's going on the other side of the glass because it's smudged or dirty. Same thing with your writing. If your writing is full of jargons, readers will give up on it. In business writing, you don't have to use fancy words to impress your readers. You just need to get your point across. If you think your readers are going to understand the jargons, go ahead, use them. But otherwise, I would suggest to leave them out, or at least explain them first. Take ownership of your writing. There is a reason why you are currently in the job that you're in now. You've earned it. You've shown authority and confidence, and that's why they gave you the job. Same thing with the writing. When you write something, it needs to show that you're confident. So what does that mean? It means that you have to avoid using certain words to show that you have authority in the subject matter that you're writing in. Don't fall short in choosing the words correctly. Let's take a look at a few examples. This writing does not show any kind of confidence. We think that hiring more people might create increased efficiency, so we could improve our customer service. These highlighted words are weak. They show that you are not sure of what you want or want to achieve. If you use think, it means that it's an option you have, but you are kind of unsure of it. Same goes with might or could. How can we change it to make it sound more authoritative? Hiring more people will create increased efficiency needed to improve our customer service. Do you see a difference? The second one sounds so much more confident and direct. It's also clearer. Less words means less times for the readers to read and understand. Next, I'll be talking about revising your writing. You may remember from your college days, assignments coming back to you full of red marks, or maybe even during your professional career, bosses or managers coming back saying it wasn't done correctly. Red marks all over. The thing is that we may feel uncomfortable or even embarrassed to have work come back to us. But the fact is, if you're a professional, you have to be accepting of the feedback that you get from your colleagues or your managers. When you spend a lot of time writing a research proposal or memo or anything in your organization, a lot of times you get attached to it because you worked hard on it. You spent hours writing this proposal. And when we become very close to our work, we often fail to see the mistakes we're doing. We become so attached to it. So a lot of times the best thing is to step aside, take a little break, and pass your work to your colleague, somebody you look up to, and let them revise it for you. This feedback is essential to the improvement of your writing. I love this quote by American children's author Marion Dane Bauer. She says, "Never think of revising as fixing something that is wrong. That starts you off in a negative frame of mind. Rather, think of it as an opportunity to improve something you already love." So always look to revise your writing. Even if it's something small, an email, a short email, look over it. If it's a longer document, maybe pass it on to your colleague to read it through. Because if you send out a document that is full of mistakes, remember we were talking about appearances, then you kind of end up looking like this person. Not revising will be like you turning up in a suit, but with a loose tie for an important meeting with a client and still wearing your house sandals and messy hair. The client will be distracted and probably will get the impression that you didn't care much for this meeting, or you don't know how to manage your time, or know proper etiquettes. It's not going to create a good impression. Same thing with revising your writing. When you read what you wrote and you take time, revise it, correct it, and then send it out, it shows that you cared. So ask yourself the next time, what impression am I creating through this communication, this piece of writing that I'm passing on? Organize your writing. When we take a look at a memo our colleague sent us, before we read the words, we look at the overall design. Our eyes are drawn to the overall format of the writing. If you're well organized, it should reflect through your writing as well. When we send out an information, we're not there to show our personality or appearances. So whatever we're writing is what our colleagues will see. So if you're sending out an information, a document that's messy, what kind of message is the reader going to get? That you're a messy person. Even if you're not in real life, you've already created a negative impression. To put this into perspective, let me show you a few examples of writing and you tell me which one you like better. Here's the first one. And here's the second one. Let me show you another example. Here's the first one. Here's the second one. I would rather work with the person who sent me the second memo, wouldn't you? So the point is, remember that the organization of your business writing is as important as the content that you sent out. The design of your document is extremely important to the impression that your readers will have of your writing. So before you send out your next document, take a look at the spacing between the lines and the paragraphs. Take a look at the white space around your writing. Take a look at the alignment. Is it far to the left or too much to the right? Is it centered correctly? Are the paragraphs too long? Long paragraphs seem like a lot of work to readers. They get bored or overwhelmed before they even start reading it. So try to avoid doing that. Try to make it easy for your readers to read through your document. Use short paragraphs, use bullet points, use subheadings, highlights, and highlight keywords to your benefit. Highlights and bullet points direct the reader to what is important. When you do that, it makes the reader feel like they have to do less work. It makes their reading experience more enjoyable. It makes you look organized while getting your points across easily as well. But do use the highlights sparingly. The overuse of bullet points and boldface will only confuse the reader. So take authority in guiding your reader by choosing keywords that they should take note of. Take time to organize your writing. If you take time to write the perfect sentence but don't take time to organize at all, you will lose the attention of your reader. Have a proper structure. Closely related with organization is how you structure your document. Start your document with a purpose. It guides your reader to what is coming next in your document. Everything you write in the rest of your document has to reflect what you have written at the beginning. So have a strong topic sentence that describes what the purpose is of your writing. A lot of times we start by justifying the purpose of our document. Take a look at the two sentences. Which sounds more authoritative and direct to you? Which makes it easier to understand? The purpose of this memo is to outline the key social media marketing strategies needed to boost our sales. There are many social media platforms, and they could be an economical way of promoting businesses and sales. They have a wide audience reach. All can play a key role in boosting our sales. The first example gives the reader exactly what they're in for. So start with your purpose and then build your justification in subsequent paragraphs. And also remember not to repeat the same ideas over and over again. Have separate points ready for your body paragraphs. Start with the main ideas first, the main point that you want to get across, and then second, third, most important, and so on. And start each of those ideas with separate paragraphs and with a separate strong topic sentence. After the purpose or your justification, your main points, your arguments, write your conclusion. One important thing to remember for your conclusion is never introduce any new ideas in your conclusion. After all, you've worked hard writing this whole document. Why would you want to put in something very important right towards the end? Simple thing you could do is just copy paste your introduction for your conclusion, change a few words here and there, and voila, you have your conclusion. Take a look at this slide. It has the topic sentence, it has the body paragraphs. Each of the paragraph will have its own idea with a strong topic sentence, and then the conclusion. Remember, do not introduce any new ideas in your conclusion. Be specific. Try to avoid generalized sentences whenever you can. Be specific in your writing so your audience has a clear understanding of what you're communicating. Take a look at these examples. The workshop on customer service was highly successful as it was attended by many managers. The workshop on customer service was attended by 95% of the company's managers. Mention exact data. When you mention general information, they don't carry as much weight or value as when you're being specific. Let's take a look at another example. Customers have embraced our cloud services. Of all the cloud computing companies in the country, we at XYZ Cloud Service have seen the most success this year. XYZ Cloud Service has had a 67% adoption rate in 2021, surpassing 19 other cloud service providers in Bangladesh. The second sentence gives out much more specific information. By doing that, you've gotten your point across and you have not wasted your reader's time. I hope that you're able to apply some of these points I've given here today for effective business writing. Remember, like everything else, writing needs practice. Don't rush it, revise it, organize it, polish it to look your best, and put your best self forward for your written communication. Thank you for listening.
បាទសូមជំរាបសួរខ្ញុំបាទឈ្មោះញ៉ាំទឹកមករាសប្តាហ៍ថ្ងៃគឺជាភ្នាក់ងារអចលនទ្រព្យនៅក្នុងក្រុមហ៊ុន IQI Cambodia បាទហើយថ្ងៃនេះខ្ញុំពិតជាមានក្តីសោមនស្សរីករាយមែនទែនដោយបានចូលរួមចែករំលែកនៅចំណេះដឹងបន្តិចបន្តួចរបស់ខ្ញុំបាទនៅក្នុងកម្មវិធី International Adaptability Convention ឆ្នាំ2021នេះហើយនេះជាលើកទី2ហើយដែលខ្ញុំបានចូលរួមនៅក្នុងកម្មវិធីនេះដែលឆ្នាំមុនក៏ជាកម្មវិធីដែលធ្វើឡើងជាលក្ខណៈបែប online អញ្ចឹងដូចគ្នាផងដែរហើយថ្ងៃនេះខ្ញុំប្រធានបទដែលខ្ញុំនឹងចែករំលែកនៅពេលនេះគឺការបង្កើតក្រុមនិងការកសាងក្រុមតាមរបៀប brief មានន័យថា B R E A T H brief នេះគឺជាឈ្មោះជាភាសាអង់គ្លេសប៉ុន្តែយើងយកមកជាភាសាកាត់អក្សរកាត់នៅក្នុងយុទ្ធសាស្ត្ររបស់យើងហើយ brief នេះគឺបើសិនជាយើងបកប្រែមកជាភាសាខ្មែរមានន័យថាការដកដង្ហើមបាទមុននឹងចូលដល់យុទ្ធសាស្ត្រខាងលើនេះខ្ញុំសូមនិយាយអំពីស្ថានភាពទូទៅបន្តិចតើហេតុអ្វីបានជាយើងត្រូវការបង្កើតក្រុមបាទបើសិនជាយើងក៏លេចទៅមើលសុភាសិតខ្មែរយើងមួយដែលបានពោលថាបើសិនជាយើងចង់ធ្វើដំណើរទៅបានលឿនយើងគួរតែទៅម្នាក់ឯងតែបើសិនជាយើងចង់ធ្វើដំណើរបានវែងឆ្ងាយគឺយើងត្រូវការដើរទៅជាក្រុមបាទក្រុមសុភាសិតមួយនេះគឺយើងប្រកាសគឺយើងពិតជាឃើញហើយថាតើក្រុមពិតជាមានសារៈសំខាន់យ៉ាងណាបើសិនជាយើងចង់សម្រាប់បានគោលដៅមួយដ៏ល្អប្រសើរមានទស្សនវិស័យវែងឆ្ងាយយើងគួរតែធ្វើដំណើរទៅជាក្រុមបាទក្រុមរបស់យើងគឺយើងអាចចាប់ផ្ដើមពី2នាក់ហើយយើងគួរតែបង្កើតនៅគោលការណ៍មួយគោលការណ៍រួមសម្រាប់ក្រុមរបស់យើងក្នុងការធ្វើដំណើររួមគ្នាផងដែរបើសិនជាយើងមិនមានគោលការណ៍ក្នុងការដំណើរការក្នុងក្រុមនោះទេក្រុមរបស់យើងប្រកបជាបាត់កបាយបន្តិចហើយលើសពីនេះទៅទៀត អ្វីដែលយើងគួរតែត្រូវការលើសពីគោលការណ៍រួមគឺយើងត្រូវមានទស្សនវិស័យគឺសំដៅទៅលើការដែលយើងសម្លឹងមើលឃើញវែងឆ្ងាយរួមគ្នាផ្លូវដែលយើងត្រូវដើរគឺយើងត្រូវតែមើលឲ្យឃើញដូចគ្នាមើលឲ្យឃើញទៅដល់អនាគតប្រហាក់ប្រហែលនឹងគ្នាមានឃ្លាមួយដែលខ្ញុំស្រឡាញ់ហើយខ្ញុំចង់ចែករំលែកនោះគឺមានន័យថាការដែលយើងបានជួបគ្នាគឺជានិស្ស័យប៉ុន្តែការដែលយើងបានធ្វើដំណើរធ្វើការរួមគ្នានោះគឺដោយសារតែយើងមានទស្សនវិស័យរួមគ្នាផងដែរត្រង់ចំណុចនេះក្រុមការងាររបស់យើងអ្វីដែលយើងត្រូវការនោះគឺទី1គោលការណ៍រួមនិងទី2គឺទស្សនវិស័យបាទនៅពេលដែលយើងមានទស្សនវិស័យល្អយើងនឹងធ្វើដំណើរបានវែងឆ្ងាយផងដែរអូខេឥឡូវខ្ញុំសូមចូលដល់យុទ្ធសាស្ត្ររបស់យើងតែម្ដងទៅគឺទី1គឺអក្សរ B មានន័យថាយ៉ាងម៉េច B គឺមានន័យថា branding បាទហេតុអីបានជាយើងយក branding ឬក៏ខ្មែរហៅថានិមិត្តសញ្ញាស្លាកសញ្ញាឬក៏ស្លាកយីហោនេះយកមកធ្វើជាយុទ្ធសាស្ត្រច្បាស់ណាស់បើសិនជាយើងចង់បង្កើតនៅអាជីវកម្មអ្វីមួយយើងប្រកបជាត្រូវការដាក់ឈ្មោះនៅអាជីវកម្មរបស់យើងឧទាហរណ៍ថាបាទអ្នកចង់លក់កាហ្វេក៏ដោយជាតូបកាហ្វេទូចមួយនៅតាមផ្លូវក៏ដោយអ្នកប្រកបជាត្រូវការដាក់ឈ្មោះហាងកាហ្វេរបស់អ្នកដូចគ្នាផងដែរដើម្បីអីគឺដើម្បីឲ្យអតិថិជនរបស់យើងបានស្គាល់ថាកាហ្វេដែលគេកំពុងតែកាន់នេះគឺជាកាហ្វេរបស់យើងស្លាកយីហោរបស់យើងនឹងបង្ហាញប្រាប់ទៅអ្នកដទៃថាយើងកំពុងតែធ្វើអ្វីហើយនៅស្ថាប័នយើងគឺជាស្ថាប័នប្រភេទអ្វីដូច្នេះស្លាកយីហោនេះគឺវាមានសារៈសំខាន់ប្រសិនបើយើងកសាងកេរ្តិ៍ឈ្មោះរបស់យើងបានល្អនោះគេនឹងរត់មករកយើងជាច្រើនផងដែរនោះមានន័យថាអតិថិជននឹងស្រឡាញ់យើងនឹងទុកចិត្តលើយើងនឹងរត់មករកយើងបានលឿនបានល្អប្រសើរជាជាងដែលយើងរត់ទៅរកអតិថិជនដែលវាពិតជាមានផលលំបាកបន្តិចបន្តួចផងដែរនៅក្នុងការកសាងយុទ្ធសាស្ត្រ branding របស់យើងនេះខ្ញុំសូមចែករំលែកនៅចំណុច4ចំណុចទៀតដែលជាចំណុចដែលគួរតែយើងត្រូវដឹងដើម្បីក្នុងការកសាងឈ្មោះរបស់យើងនោះគឺ EMAP គឺជាពាក្យអក្សរកាត់ដូចគ្នាផងដែរ EMAP គឺ E អក្សរ E មានន័យថា education គឺជាការបណ្ដុះបណ្ដាលការបណ្ដុះបណ្ដាលនេះគឺយើងក្នុងនាមជាយើងជាមេដឹកនាំយើងត្រូវតែបណ្ដុះបណ្ដាលក្រុមការងាររបស់យើងឬក៏យើងខ្លួនឯងត្រូវការសិក្សាស្វែងយល់បន្ថែមខ្លួនឯងស្វែងយល់នៅមេរៀនឬក៏ចំណេះដឹងថ្មីផងដែរសម្រាប់ជាការបង្កើតសមត្ថភាពខ្លួនឯងផងនិងជាការបង្ហាត់ទៅដល់ក្រុមការងាររបស់យើងបន្ថែមដើម្បីយើងទទួលបានការសិក្សាបន្ថែមនេះគឺយើងត្រូវការអានសៀវភៅបានច្រើនចូលរួមការងារសង្គមបានច្រើនការងារសង្គមនោះគឺយើងសំដៅទៅលើថាយើងចូលរួមនៅក្នុងកម្មវិធីសិក្ខាសាលាបាទសិក្ខាសាលារបស់យើងមួយចំនួនធំគឺឥឡូវយើងសង្កេតឃើញថានៅក្នុងទីក្រុងភ្នំពេញនេះការសិក្ខាសាលាមួយចំនួនគឺអត់មានការបង់ប្រាក់អីអញ្ចឹងយើងអាចចូលរួមបានទី1គឺយើងអាចបង្កើននៅចំណេះដឹងផងនិងបង្កើននៅទំនាក់ទំនងទៅកាន់អ្នកដទៃថែមទៀតបាទហើយនៅពេលដែលយើងមានទំនាក់ទំនងនៅពេលដែលយើងមានចំណេះដឹងតើអ្វីដែលយើងត្រូវធ្វើបន្តទៀតនៅក្នុងក្រុមយើងចូលដល់អក្សរ M គឺ motivation មានន័យការលើកទឹកចិត្តក្រុមរបស់យើងនៅពេលដែលយើងមានចំណេះដឹងល្អយើងប្រកបជាអាចមានពាក្យឬក៏មានកលឹះណាមួយដែលយើងអាចជួយជំរុញលើកទឹកចិត្តក្រុមការងាររបស់យើងឲ្យបានសម្រេចឲ្យដើរឈានទៅមុខឲ្យបានមួយកម្រិតបន្ថែមទៅទៀតអញ្ចឹងក្រុមការងាររបស់យើងប្រកបជាពេញចិត្តនឹងយើងដោយសារតែយើងអាចជួយណែនាំបង្ហាញផ្លូវទៅពួកគាត់ឲ្យបានល្អប្រសើរបាទក្រោយពីយើងមាន motivation ហើយគឺយើងត្រូវមាន A គឺ activity គឺសកម្មភាពនៅក្នុងសកម្មភាពដែលយើងត្រូវការកសាង គេឈ្មោះរបស់យើងនោះគឺជាការដែលយើងបង្ហាញនៅសកម្មភាពប្រចាំថ្ងៃរបស់យើងដូចជាឧទាហរណ៍បើសិនជាយើងជាអ្នកលក់គម្រោងអចលនទ្រព្យនៅគម្រោងណាមួយអញ្ចឹងយើងត្រូវបង្ហាញសកម្មភាពប្រចាំថ្ងៃរបស់យើងដូចជាការនាំភ្ញៀវទៅមើលគម្រោងឬក៏ការណែនាំគម្រោងទៅកាន់អតិថិជនឬក៏វិធីសាស្ត្រក្នុងការនាំអតិថិជនមកកាន់គម្រោងរបស់យើងឬក៏យើងបង្ហាញនៅគម្រោងរបស់យើងដែលល្អជាច្រើននៅក្នុងទៅកាន់បណ្ដាញសង្គមរបស់យើងដែលយើងអាចគួរតែប្រើប្រាស់នៅបណ្ដាញសង្គមណាមួយដែលយើងចាប់អារម្មណ៍ជាងគេដែលយើងពេញចិត្តជាងគេនោះគឺមានដូចជា Facebook Instagram Twitter YouTube ជាដើមនៅពេលដែលយើងបង្ហាញនៅសកម្មភាពរបស់យើងល្អដែលអាចមានទាំងការបង្ហាញគម្រោងមានទាំងការបង្វឹកបង្ហាត់ក្រុមការងាររបស់យើងនេះហើយគឺជាគេឈ្មោះគឺជាការបង្ហាញគេឈ្មោះនិងការបង្ហាញនៅសកម្មភាពមួយចំនួនដែលជាការចាប់អារម្មណ៍របស់អ្នកដទៃផងដែរបាទឥឡូវយើងមាន activity ហើយគឺចុងក្រោយគឺនៃ e-map គឺអក្សរ P នេះគឺសំដៅទៅលើ product នេះគឺមិនមែនសំដៅទៅលើផលិតផលដែលយើងកំពុងតែលក់ទេបើសិនជាយើងមិនដែលស្គាល់គេសោះយើងបង្ហាញនៅផលិតផលរបស់យើងទៅឲ្យគេប្រកាសជាព្យាយាមបិទខ្លួនគេមិនចង់ស្ដាប់ពីយើងបន្ថែមទៀតទេប៉ុន្តែអ្វីដែលយើងចង់លើកពី product នៅក្នុងនេះគឺផលិតផលនៃក្រុមការងាររបស់អ្នកតើក្រុមការងាររបស់អ្នកបានរីកចម្រើនបានប៉ុណ្ណាហើយពីទូចមកធំដូច្នេះយើងត្រូវបង្ហាញនៅផលិតផលរបស់យើងគឺសកម្មភាពនិងសមិទ្ធផលដែលក្រុមការងាររបស់យើងបានសម្រេចអូខេឥឡូវយើងចូលដល់ជំហានបន្ទាប់គឺ research គឺអក្សរ R research មានន័យថាការស្រាវជ្រាវហេតុអ្វីបានជាយើងត្រូវការស្រាវជ្រាវយកមកដាក់ចូលនៅក្នុងយុទ្ធសាស្ត្របង្កើតក្រុមរបស់យើងបាទជាក់ស្ដែងគឺយើងឧទាហរណ៍បើសិនជាយើងត្រូវការជ្រើសរើសបុគ្គលិកតើយើងគួរតែទៅរើសបុគ្គលិកនៅកន្លែងណាជាចម្បងបាទប្រកបជាយើងទៅប្រកាសជ្រើសរើសបុគ្គលិកនៅតាមបណ្ដាសាកលវិទ្យាល័យហើយព្រោះដោយសារតែយើងយល់ច្បាស់ថានិស្សិតរបស់យើងត្រូវការនៅការងារនិងចំណូលបន្ថែមសម្រាប់ទ្រទ្រង់ជីវភាពប្រចាំថ្ងៃរបស់ពួកគាត់ផងដែរបាទជាក់ស្ដែងខ្ញុំសូមលើកឧទាហរណ៍ពិតថ្មីកន្លងមកនេះពី IQI របស់យើងនៅក្នុងប្រទេសម៉ាឡេស៊ីក្នុងកំឡុងពេល COVID នៅចុងឆ្នាំ2020នេះយើងបានយល់ច្បាស់ថាមនុស្សមួយចំនួននៅក្នុងក្រុមពាក់ព័ន្ធទៅនឹងវិស័យទេសចរណ៍បានបាត់បង់ការងារពួកគាត់បានស្ថិតនៅផ្ទះអត់មានការងារដោយសារតែក្រុមហ៊ុនគាត់បានកាត់បន្ថយនៅចំនួនបុគ្គលិកឬក៏សកម្មភាពទេសចរមួយចំនួនគឺប្រជាជនគឺគាត់ឈប់ធ្វើដំណើរអញ្ចឹងទៅយើងយល់ច្បាស់ថាពួកគាត់អត់មានការងារធ្វើអញ្ចឹងដើម្បីជាការរួមចំណែកក្រុមការងារ IQI នៅប្រទេសម៉ាឡេស៊ីបានប្រកាសជ្រើសរើសក្រុមមនុស្សនៅក្នុងផ្នែកទេសចរហ្នឹងឲ្យគាត់មកបម្រើការនៅក្នុងសេវាកម្មរបស់យើងគឺជាអ្នកប្រឹក្សាយោបល់ផ្នែកចលនាទ្រព្យទៅវិញហេតុអ្វីបានជាយើងជ្រើសរើសពួកគាត់ដោយសារតែពួកគាត់ធ្លាប់បានបម្រើនៅសេវាកម្មរបស់ពួកគាត់នៅក្នុងវិស័យទេសចរណ៍អញ្ចឹងយើងគ្រាន់តែផ្លាស់ប្ដូរពួកគាត់ឲ្យមកបម្រើនៅសេវាកម្មអចលនទ្រព្យគាត់ប្រកបជាងាយស្រួលជាងមុនហើយម្យ៉ាងទៀតគាត់មានអតិថិជននៅក្នុងដៃស្រាប់ផងដែរអញ្ចឹងគាត់អាចរៀនពីសេវាកម្មរបស់ពួកយើងផលិតផលរបស់ពួកយើងហើយយកទៅ apply ទៅនឹងអតិថិជនរបស់ពួកគាត់អញ្ចឹងគាត់អាចរកចំណូលបានលឿនជាងមុនអូខេនេះជាឧទាហរណ៍មួយជាក់ស្ដែងនៅក្នុងការដែលយើងធ្វើ research ហើយមួយទៀតយើងនឹងចូលដល់ E effective referral នេះន័យថាការណែនាំតាមរយៈបណ្ដាញការណែនាំតាមរយៈបណ្ដាញនេះគឺយើងអាចចំណេញនៅពេលវេលាជាច្រើនឧទាហរណ៍ថាយើងចង់បានបុគ្គលិកយើងចង់បានសមាជិកក្រុមថ្មីបើសិនជាយើងទៅប្រកាសរើសបុគ្គលិកឬក៏រើសសមាជិកថ្មីនៅតាមបណ្ដាញ online ឬក៏តាមបណ្ដាញ offline ជាច្រើននោះគឺ គឺយើងត្រូវការចំណាយពេលវេលាហើយនឹងនៅពេលដែលមានអ្នកដែលដាក់ការងារមកគឺយើងត្រូវចម្រាញ់ពួកគាត់ម្ដងជា2ដងផងដែរបើសិនជាគាត់ដាក់មក2នាក់យើងចម្រាញ់មើលទៅថាគាត់មិនសូវជាល្អប្រហែលយើងនឹងត្រូវការជ្រើសរើសបន្ថែមទៀតប៉ុន្តែនៅក្នុងយុទ្ធសាស្ត្រនេះគឺមានន័យថាគឺយើងសាកសួរនៅមនុស្សជុំវិញខ្លួនរបស់យើងថាតើអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នានឹងគាត់មានស្គាល់ថាអ្នកណាត្រូវការបុគ្គលិកអ្នកណាត្រូវការរកការងារធ្វើដែរឬទេឬក៏ចង់រកចំណូលបន្ថែមអញ្ចឹងនៅពេលហ្នឹងគឺយើងទទួលបាននៅការណែនាំពីបុគ្គលកហ្នឹងប្រាប់ថាអូបុគ្គលខហ្នឹងគេចង់ត្រូវការហើយបុគ្គលខហ្នឹងគឺគាត់មានប្រវត្តិចេះគាត់មានប្រវត្តិល្អចេះធ្វើការងារបានល្អចេះអញ្ចឹងចំណុចនេះគឺយើងអាចកាត់បន្ថយនៅហានិភ័យមួយចំនួនដែលយើងអាចជ្រើសរើសបាននៅសមាជិកដ៏ល្អផងដែរអូខេយើងចូលដល់ជំហានបន្ទាប់គឺអក្សរ A attractive បាទ attractive នេះគឺសំដៅទៅលើអ្វីសំដៅទៅលើការតាក់ទាញនៅចំណាប់អារម្មណ៍យើងយល់ច្បាស់ហើយថាមេដឹកនាំយើងមិនចូលចិត្តនៅមេដឹកនាំណាដែលគាត់ចូលចិត្តបង្ខំយើងទេយើងចូលចិត្តតែមេដឹកនាំណាដែលមានការតាក់ទាញនៅចំណាប់អារម្មណ៍យើងស្រឡាញ់គាត់ដោយសារតែយើងចង់ដើរតាមគាត់ដោយសារតែយើងស្រឡាញ់គាត់ហើយយើងស្រឡាញ់គាត់ដោយសារតែគាត់មានចំណុចតាក់ទាញជាច្រើនអញ្ចឹងយើងគួរត្រូវតែបង្ហាញនៅសកម្មភាពមួយចំនួនដែលតាក់ទាញទៅលើអ្នកជុំវិញខ្លួនរបស់យើងអញ្ចឹងយើងបង្ហាញនៅសកម្មភាពល្អៗរបស់យើងជាច្រើននៅក្នុងហ្នឹងវាប្រហែលជាដូចជានឹងការកសាងគេឈ្មោះរបស់យើងផងដែរនៅក្នុងសកម្មភាព activity អញ្ចឹងវាប្រហែលនឹងគ្នាទេអញ្ចឹងយើងបង្ហាញសកម្មភាពល្អៗរបស់យើងក្នុងការបង្រៀនក្រុមការងារក្នុងការបង្កើតក្រុមក្នុងការស្វែងរកអតិថិជនឬក៏ការបត់បង្ហាញរបស់យើងផ្សេងនៅក្នុងបណ្ដាញសង្គមនោះយើងនឹងអាចឃើញបុគ្គលមួយចំនួនដែលគាត់ចាប់អារម្មណ៍មកលើយើងផងដែរបាទបន្តមកទៀតគឺដល់ T មានន័យថា track and review នេះមានន័យថាយ៉ាងម៉េចបើសិនជាយើងកសាងក្រុមយើងធ្វើនៅសកម្មភាពមួយចំនួនដែលខ្ញុំបានរៀបរាប់នៅខាងលើនេះយើងឃើញថាសកម្មភាពមួយចំនួនគឺវាមានឥទ្ធិពលសកម្មភាពមួយចំនួនទៀតគឺយើងធ្វើទៅគឺយើងអត់ទទួលបាននៅលទ្ធផលផងដែរអញ្ចឹងនៅពេលដែលយើងឃើញថាសកម្មភាពណាមួយដែលយើងធ្វើទៅមានលទ្ធផលល្អយើងគួរតែជ្រើសរើសសកម្មភាពទាំងនោះយកមកបន្តអនុវត្តបន្ថែមទៀតដើម្បីឲ្យយើងទទួលបានក្រុមការងារដ៏ល្អប្រសើរបានលឿនបានឆាប់រហ័សនិងទទួលបានសម្រេចការគោលដៅទាំងអស់បាទក្នុងនឹងផងដែរយើងក៏មាននៅដើម្បីឲ្យក្រុមការងាររបស់យើងបានល្អគឺក៏យើងត្រូវការដែលចងក្រងនៅប្រព័ន្ធ system មួយដ៏ល្អផងដែរនៅក្នុងក្រុមហ៊ុន IQI របស់យើងគឺយើងមាននៅប្រព័ន្ធ system មួយដែលល្អសម្រាប់ចងក្រងនៅក្រុមការងាររបស់យើងអាចដឹងថាតើបុគ្គលណាមួយគាត់សកម្មនៅក្នុងការងារបុគ្គលណាមួយទៀតដែលគាត់មិនសូវសកម្មអញ្ចឹងយើងអាចមើលនៅក្នុង system របស់យើងបានហើយ system របស់យើងហ្នឹងគឺឆ្លងកាត់នៅការប្រើប្រាស់ជាយូរមកហើយបច្ចុប្បន្ននេះយើងកំពុងតែអនុវត្តនឹងធ្វើបច្ចុប្បន្នភាពមុខងារបន្ថែមជាច្រើនទៀតក្នុងការជួយដល់ការត្រួតពិនិត្យក្រុមក៏ដូចជាការថែរក្សាអតិថិជនរបស់យើងផងដែរបាទជាចុងក្រោយនៅក្នុងយុទ្ធសាស្ត្ររបស់យើងដែលមាន B R E A T ឥឡូវយើងចូលដល់អក្សរ H នេះគឺមានន័យថា high volume hiring គឺមានន័យថាយើងត្រូវប្រមូលក្រុមការងាររបស់យើងឲ្យបានច្រើននៅក្នុងហ្នឹងគឺយើងសំដៅទៅលើបរិមាណនិងគុណភាពបាទជាទូទៅយើងតែងតែពីមុខហ្នឹងគឺយើងតែងតែយល់ថាគុណភាពគឺជាចម្បងប៉ុន្តែនៅក្នុងពេលនេះគឺយើងសំដៅទៅលើទាំងពីរហ្នឹងគឺវាជាចម្បងទាំងពីរយើងត្រូវការទាំងបរិមាណយើងត្រូវការទាំងគុណភាពហេតុអ្វីនៅពេលដែលយើងមានបរិមាណច្រើនទៅយើងអាចរកគុណភាពឃើញ យើងត្រូវការប្រមូលមនុស្សមករហូតជាប្រចាំហើយយើងនឹងឲ្យពួកគាត់ឆ្លងកាត់នៅវគ្គសិក្សារបស់យើងជាច្រើននៅក្នុង IQI របស់យើងដែលមានទាំងការសិក្សាជា online និងជា offline និងសិក្សានៅក្នុងប្រព័ន្ធដែលយើងមានការចងក្រងវាស្រេចដូច្នេះនៅពេលនោះហើយដែលយើងអាចឃើញនៅសក្តានុពលនៃក្រុមការងាររបស់យើងថាតើនរណាគាត់អាចនឹងឈានទៅមុខបន្តទៀតហើយនរណាយើងនឹងត្រូវជួយជំរុញលើកទឹកចិត្តគាត់បន្ថែមទៀតដូច្នេះខ្ញុំសូមលើកឧទាហរណ៍មួយទៀតរវាងបរិមាណនិងគុណភាពបើសិនជាយើងយកពីរនឹងយកមកប្រៀបធៀបគ្នាផ្ទឹមគ្នាចំពោះការដែលយើងរើសបុគ្គលិកហើយនិងការដែលយើងធ្វើផលិតផលផលិតនៅផលិតផលគឺវាមានហាក់ដូចជាផ្ទុយគ្នាបន្តិចចំពោះការផលិតនៅផលិតផលគឺយើងចង់បាននូវគុណភាពជាចម្បងដូច្នេះប៉ុន្តែវាជាការផ្ទុយគ្នាមួយទៀតគឺត្រង់ថាប្រទេសចិនគាត់យកចិត្តទុកដាក់ទៅលើគុណភាពសូមអធិស្ឋានប្រទេសចិនគាត់យកចិត្តទុកដាក់ទៅលើបរិមាណច្រើនជាងគុណភាពហេតុអ្វីបានជាផលិតផលរបស់ប្រទេសចិននៅក្នុងទីផ្សារមានច្រើនរហូតដល់សប្តាហ៍ថ្ងៃដោយសារតែគាត់ផ្ដោតទៅលើបរិមាណនៅពេលដែលគាត់មានបរិមាណទៅគាត់សម្រាំងទៅយកគុណភាពតាមក្រោយដូច្នេះទើបយើងឃើញថាសកម្មភាពផលិតផលរបស់ពួកគាត់នៅតែស្ថិតនៅលើទីផ្សាររហូតដល់បច្ចុប្បន្នអូខេត្រង់ចំណុចហ្នឹងគឺខ្ញុំចង់លើកទឹកចិត្តឲ្យយើងថាយើងគួរតែប្រមូលក្រុមរបស់យើងឲ្យបានច្រើនហើយយើងឆ្លងរុញពួកគាត់ឲ្យចូលទៅក្នុងប្រព័ន្ធសិក្សារបស់យើងនោះយើងនឹងឃើញនៅភាពរីកចម្រើនរបស់ពួកគាត់ហើយយើងនឹងដឹងថាតើនរណាអាចនឹងឈានទៅមុខបានល្អនិងសម្រេចគោលដៅក្រុមរបស់យើងបានល្អផងដែរអូខេសូមអរគុណនៅការស្ដាប់របស់លោកអ្នកហើយខ្ញុំសង្ឃឹមថាចំណេះដឹងបន្តិចបន្តួចនេះពិតជាអាចផ្ដល់នូវគុណតម្លៃបន្ថែមក្នុងការបង្កើតក្រុមរបស់លោកអ្នកផងដែរបាទសូមអរគុណសូមជម្រាបលា
Hi everyone, my name is Ridwan Agboluaje. I'm from Nigeria. I'm the CEO of Ridwan Digital Technologies. I'm delighted to be your speaker this year as I will be sharing with you post-pandemic relief in tech, remote job and the opportunity. So what are the opportunities you have and what are the how to work remotely? So I will share with you 8 tips on how to work remotely. The first thing is have a daily plan, schedule break, stay healthy, apply Rule 2020, and be connected. Make it a fun when you're working. At the same time, manage your surroundings. And the last one is to create a working space environment. Yes, that's very important. And the first thing is to create a working environment. You know, when you want to work remotely, and what you need to first create a working environment that will look exactly like office. That will give you a reason to have more discipline. At the same time, when you have that, how do you want it to look like? You make it look just like an office. Yes, just like you're in your office. You make it look just like that. And then when you make it look like that, you have your table, you have your chair, you place your laptop where you want to work, and you have enough data to work. So after that, you need to have a daily plan. You can't just work all day without having a plan. So you need to schedule a plan, how you want to do it, how you want to do your work, and the complete tasks. You know that, okay, I've completed this. what you just have to do is to mark it, and the one that you can't finish, just leave them unchecked, and you follow them up on the next day. And when you are reporting to your line manager, or you are not even reporting to anyone, have an habit of having a manager that, okay, I'm reporting this to my boss, so that you are working as if you have somebody that is in front of you, just like your manager that you are reporting to. That one will give you more reason to be more dedicated at your work. And when you're working remotely, you understand that you might be working, as I'm in Nigeria now, I can be working in another country, and I will just be getting paid. But when I'm not disciplined, when I don't have a daily plan or what I'm doing, I won't be able to work effectively. So the third thing is to schedule break. If you're working for 7 hours, or you're working 6 hours a day, 45 minutes, 1 hour, an hour is not too much for you to have break. And utilize your break. Utilize it every day. And the other thing is to stay healthy. What you have to do, whether you are the one that normally take juice, fruits, any other thing, chewing gum, chin when you are working, utilize that healthy manner when you are working. Don't just work without having break, at the same time without having maybe lunch or something that will keep your mouth busy, or something that will just keep your brain working fast. And the other thing is you need to apply Rule 2020. Rule 2020, yes. What do I mean with Rule 2020? Anytime you are working, don't just keep working on your laptop for a long time without taking break from the screen. Just look somewhere else for like 20 seconds. And when you are looking somewhere else, let the distance be like 20 feet. And if you can do that for 20 minutes, it will be fine. Yes. So that you won't have any sight issue or any issue. And I also have some people, when they are working remotely, they just lie down on their bed working. After a while, they will complain they have body pain and some other pains in their body. So you take it serious, and you work as a pro, as I stated earlier. And the other thing is that you need to stay connected. What do I mean stay connected? When you are working, you read news, political news, sport news, gist, gossip, and some other things. Those ones will make it fun. And when you have people around you that you see, ask them things around what's happening today, what's the other thing that is trending. But don't abuse the time you are taking to make your work fun. And the last one is manage your environment. A lot of people, when they are doing conference meeting, they are doing a virtual meeting. Yes, let me use the word virtual. When they are doing any virtual meeting, we just see their children, their family distracting them, disturbing them. Even during the time, it might be the time that their wife asks them, oh, it's time for lunch, it's time for another thing. So you need to schedule everything. You manage your environment. You make it. You let your family, friends know that at this moment I'm busy, I'm at work, and nobody should disturb me. Once they know the time that you are normally at work, nobody will come and distract or disturb you during the time you are busy. So on remote job, don't forget what I've mentioned earlier. I said I have 8 rules that will make you to work effectively when you are doing your remote job. The first thing is to create a working environment. You need to have a working environment where you work, where you make it as an office. The second thing is to have a daily plan. The third one is to schedule break. Yes. And the fourth one is to stay healthy. And the fifth one is to apply Rule 2020. And the sixth one is to be connected. And the seventh of it is to make it fun. And the last one is to manage your environment, your surroundings. So, on remote job, that's all on remote job. And I will be sharing with you also on the post-pandemic relief in opportunity. Yes, the opportunities you have in tech. You know, when you're working, everybody is working around with tech, because there's no way you connecting without using your data, without using your smartphone, your laptop, any other thing that will make it work. So when you're working, what are the things you need to put in place? You need to use a gadget that will be able to access anything you want to search, or when you are dealing with any training, because opportunities are there when you are seeking for new skill. When you want a new skill, you see a free virtual training online. If your phone doesn't have the quality to do the training, you will find it very difficult to to make you to attend. So, as I am in Lagos with you now, I want to seek for opportunities. What are the opportunities I want to seek for in my area? I want to look for, okay, what are the opportunities in tech in Lagos State? What are the opportunities in tech in Nigeria? What are the opportunities in tech in Africa? And I go international. What are the opportunities that I have around the globe? What are the things they have for me? Maybe I want to apply funding, maybe grant, or I want to apply for scholarship or grant for a business. So what you just have to do, all the required things you need to have is online. What you just have to do is to search, and you'll find it easier to use. It's very easy for you to look for, and you find it very easier to make use of. So when you search for the opportunity and you see, what you need to do is to look for the criteria, the eligibility of that opportunity you are looking for. If the age range is between 18 to 35 and you are above 35, you know that the opportunity is not meant for you. Share with another person. And when you see the opportunity online, don't just keep mouth, share it with friends and family around, and it will help and it will go a long way. So that's what I have for you this year on post-pandemic relief in tech. That's what I have for you, and I hope you really enjoy your time. I hope you really enjoy listening to this amazing thing. And don't forget, when you are looking for opportunity, don't forget to also ask the experts. Don't just do it on your own. Don't just do, oh, I'm an expert. No, just seek, have mentor, have friends, confirm before you submit all your information online. Cybersecurity is very important for everyone, because cybercrime is one of the things that is affecting in post-pandemic. A lot of people that have lost a lot of their properties, you lost a lot of things, being victim of the cyber crime. So I would ask you not to be victim of any cyber crime. Thank you very much for having me. Again, my name is Ridwan Agboluaje. I'm the CEO of Ridwan Digital Technologies. I'm from Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Knock knock, it's me again, back with another question for you to win the grand prize for today. Scan the QR code and answer this question. What is the meme cryptocurrency that uses the Shiba Inu as the logo?
So, Abina, உனக்கும் இவாக்கும் எப்ப கல்யாணம்?
என்னது? எனக்கும் இவாக்கும் கல்யாணமா? Are you crazy?
கல்யாணமா? சொல்லவே இல்ல.
Mini, yoga is just pulling our legs. No such thing.
நானும் பல மாசமா ட்ரை பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கேன். எங்க நம்ம காட்ல மழை பெய்யுது?
Excuse me, Amina.
What now?
இன்னைக்கு ஈவினிங் நீங்க ஃப்ரீயா?
Why?
இந்த ஃப்ரீயா இருந்தா ஒரு டேட் போலாமே.
Dating? Are you out of your mind?
ஏங்க நான் என்ன உங்ககிட்ட கிஸ்ஸா கேட்டேன், ஒரு டேட் தானே கேட்டேன்.
You!
Go tell me now, baby.
Excuse me, wanna தெரியலையே. Excuse me, wanna புரியலையே. Excuse me, love எனக்கில்லையே. யோ காதல் வேண்டாமே.
Excuse me, நான் சொல்லி please kiss me தான் கேட்பேன்.
Please kiss me நீ கேட்டா அட போயா போயன்னே.
Excuse me, என்ன தெரியலையா. Excuse me, என்ன புரியலையா. Excuse me, நீ எனக்கில்லையா. Go tell me now, baby.
Boy, you say what you want, you ain't got game. You messing what you can't, I ain't so tame. You're begging, you're pleading, damn my heart's breaking. But no, 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 you ain't gone winning.
Tup, tup.
Uh-huh.
Tup, tup.
Come on.
என்னத்தாலோ சாக்கினி போறிய
சிந்தாம செதறாம நீ சொல்லும் வார்த்தை நம்பித்த ஏமாறும் பொண்ணுங்க நாங்க இல்ல
நைட்டு ஜிம்மில் உடம்ப ஏத்தி கொஞ்சம் ட்ரெண்ட ஸ்டைலா மாத்தி கியூட்டாலவ சொல்லி பார்த்தோம் அடி உனக்கு அது புரியல இன்னும் விலங்கட
போடா நீயும் இருக்க என் மேல ஆசை இருக்க நீ சொல்லும் காதல் புதுசா அது சத்தியமா புரியல கண்ணு பார்த்து சொல்லுண்டா
கண்ணா மூச்சு வேணாமே காதலிக்க வரியா
பட்டாம் பூச்சி போல நீ வண்ணம் சேர்க்க போறியா
கண்ணா மூச்சு வேணாமே காதலிக்க வரியா
பட்டாம் பூச்சி போல நீ வண்ணம் சேர்க்க போறியா
Excuse me என்ன தெரியலையா Excuse me என்ன புரியலையா Excuse me நீ எனக்கு இல்லையா Yo tell me now baby
Excuse me உன்னை தெரியலையே Excuse me உன்னை புரியலையே Excuse me love எனக்கு இல்லையே ஓ காதல் வேண்டாமே
Excuse me நான் சொல்லி Please kiss me தான் கேட்பேன்
Please kiss me நீ கேட்டா பொழிச்சு போடாடி என் மேல்
கண்ணா மூச்சு வேணாமே காதலிக்க வரியா
பட்டாம் பூச்சி போலமே வானில் பறப்போம் ஓகேவா
கண்ணா மூச்சு வேணாமே காதலிக்க வரியா
பட்டாம் பூச்சி போலமே வானில் பறப்போம் ஓகேவா நன்னன்னா 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 நன்னன்னா
It's been a successful day 1. I hope you enjoyed today's session as much as I did, and I hope to see you again tomorrow. Same time, same channel. Goodbye!